fan.
I don't know about the expert.
No, you really
just
have. You've been committed.
Big fan over here. And now I'm like, okay, well, now we're diving all into this. And I'm glad that when I became a fan, they had a little bit of a losing streak,
sure.
but they bounced back.
They bounced back with your support. And we're super excited because we have Game 2 tomorrow in Detroit, Game 3 Saturday in Orlando, Game 4 Monday in Orlando. Get your tickets. You definitely don't want to miss it. Cheer them on.
Fingers crossed.
And play that song. We'll see you tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m. for more Good Day Orlando.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got several things going on at this hour that I want to let you know about. First, starting on Capitol Hill, give you a live look at a hearing of the Senate Banking Committee where Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh is being questioned right now by Senator Thom Tillis, a Republican from North Carolina, who is having a chance to ask some questions of this nominee, who we're told is from Florida and would be replacing Jerome Powell. Thom Tillis has actually said that he doesn't want to advance a nomination until the investigation into Jerome Powell is dropped, which has not happened yet. So the senator you see on your screen certainly playing a large role in this process. We'll be keeping an eye on this, maybe dip in to that in a little bit. Let me also give you a live look in Orange County, where we are hearing public comment right now from folks, many of them speaking about the future of Orange County's agreement with ICE. This is the intergovernmental services agreement that allows the county to hold ICE detainees in their jail and a number of other things. And so the commission is going to be discussing this coming up in a little bit. We've heard some commissioners basically indicating that they're not happy with things are going. We know that they're not being reimbursed for full amounts that they believe they need to be. And so we're going to hear some discussion about the future of that. But right now, hearing a lot of public comments. So we'll check in on that coming up in a little bit as well. I want to get you, though, right now to the prosecutor's office. This is Monique Worrell, the state attorney for Orange and Osceola counties, taking questions from reporters right now at a news conference where she's been talking about some of her office's initiatives and efforts and talking a lot about violence in young people, youth violence, and juvenile justice as well. So I want to go ahead and listen in. This started a while ago, so likely nearing the end, but I want to go ahead and listen in as she takes some questions and speaks about this live right now in Orlando.
Homicide cases take a very long time. Typically, it takes more than a year for us to get those investigations from FHP, and then when we get them, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we have everything that's needed in the investigation to be able to move the case forward as far as evidence is concerned. These cases take a long time, and it's terrible for the families because it means it's that much longer until they get closure. We do everything we can to move the cases forward as quickly as possible, but I think you've all heard the adage that says the wheels of justice turn slowly. You know, when we're dealing with the resources or lack thereof that we're dealing with, I have 2 attorneys that work on traffic homicide cases, just 2. And unfortunately, there are more traffic homicide cases than I think any of us as a community would like to see.
And does it seem like is there any issue with FHP as far as the speed of these investigations?
You know, it's not for me to determine issues with other agency heads. I think they would be best suited to answer that question.
I had another question kind of related to a traffic homicide. There was a sentencing last week for a 15-year-old who stole a car and was driving around with his friends, ran a red light and hit somebody. Your office already sent a really thorough and heartfelt statement about that, so that's not my question. The family in that case did have a complaint about the length of time it took, and I know that the FHP report took a long time there too. But their other concern was about plea deals being offered, they felt, as a way to get out of trial. I know you've talked about this before too. just kind of walk me through again the thought that goes into making plea offers or accepting an offer, that negotiation that takes place, and how it serves the community to do pleas rather than taking everything to trial?
I want to talk specifically about traffic homicide cases because they are the most difficult cases to resolve. Traffic homicide cases are typically the result of someone doing something reckless, but not intending the result, which is the death of someone else. So essentially what you have is an accident for sure based on someone's recklessness, but it's still an accident. And it's very difficult to find a sentence that's appropriate for someone who commits an act accidentally that will satisfy the family member who is grieving the loss of a loved one. If it were my family member or yours, I don't think that there's anything that anyone could say or do that would make us feel better about a sentence that was anything, short of a life for our own loved one. But our office has to be that neutral, objective middle in finding what is just, in finding balance for our justice system, in understanding the hurt and the grieving of the family will never be satisfied by any sentence that the court can ever hand down, and finding what is appropriate under the circumstances. In that particular case, it was a 15-year-old kid. And this goes back to what I'm talking about with the missing middle. What do you do with a kid in these situations? We know that there was another scenario where a kid similar aged was kept in juvenile court. These are decisions that are very, very difficult and that our prosecutors have to make every single day, and there aren't good options. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
That news conference coming to an end there. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, it is a beautiful day out there, but we also know we really have to be on our guard because of this fire risk.
It really is one of those Beauty and the Beast type days where if we don't have fire develop, it'll be stunning April day. But there's an extreme fire danger out there today, so we got to watch it very carefully. It's the perfect mix of low humidity, gusty winds, and these extreme to exceptional drought conditions. So this pink area highlighted, which is west of I-95, excluding Brevard County, but encompassing just about everybody else, is under what's called a red flag warning. That's the National Weather Service saying that our fire danger is extreme. If a spark ignites, if there's an ignition source anywhere, errant cigarette, somebody parked on the median and the grass is touching the catalytic converter, sparks from a train, it could cause an out of control wildfire. So we have to be really careful with that. These days happen in the springtime here, but that's just the thing. We have a beautiful day outside. Here's a view from Palatka, and earlier when the inversion was present this morning, that's when it's warmer aloft and cooler at the surface, there was some dense wildfire smoke visible from this camera. But it's a reminder that in North Florida, especially where there are several active fires, smoke is going to be a concern. We're going to have a flow today from the east, so this is a look at our future smoke plumes, showing a lot of it drifting toward the Panhandle and the Big Bend. But it has reduced our air quality to unhealthy levels, especially around the villages and in Ocala. While in Orlando and in Sanford, things are looking okay right now. But it's all about that wind direction shift, and of course, if a fire breaks out, our air quality will change very quickly. Now, one thing we look at to determine the wildfire risk isn't just the broad brushed pink highlighted area. It's to examine how much soil moisture is present. And Brevard County, Osceola counties had a little bit of rain even in the last couple of days, so there's a very low fire danger there. That's why Brevard County is excluded from this red flag warning. But as you head progressively farther north, the soil moisture dries out. And once you get into Gainesville and Ocala, where it's yellow and orange, and even into that red zone, which is Gilchrist County, that's where you get into the pretty extreme fire danger, where the fires can really run fast, really out of control. And those fire icons indicate active fires right now. So we got a lot of fire north of Orlando, and hopefully Orlando doesn't see fires developing anywhere near, because we're going to have sustained winds about 15 gusting to 30 miles per hour, humidity under 30%, and of course the extreme drought. So this trifecta of elements is what is really going to contribute to it. And this afternoon, we'll see relative humidity values below 25% across much of the region, especially in the most fire-prone areas like Gainesville and in Ocala. So that's why they're in a particularly prone area for that. Even in Orlando, with humidities below 30%, we got to watch out for it. Now, high temperatures will reach the mid-80s in Alachua and Marion counties along I-75 there, Gainesville, Ocala. That's one reason the humidity will be so low. The hotter the air temperature, the lower the humidity in an air mass like this. Orlando will top out about 81, the beaches upper 70s. Like I said, if the fires don't start, it'll be a beautiful day today, one of these last cool, dry days of April. Perfect weather to go for a run, assuming there's not smoke. 20-mile-per-hour winds and gusts right now. We can see gusts as high as 30 miles per hour. Hour by hour, we'll go from mid-70s through mid-morning to, well, about where we are now, about 11 o'clock, through lunchtime to about 81 degrees this afternoon for a high close to 1 to 2 o'clock. And then we'll see temperatures cooling down this evening. But overall, we're going to see a steady warming trend after today's Fox 35 Storm Team Alert for the high fire danger. Yeah, we're going to look at mid-80s, make a return Friday, and a little bit of an uptake in the humidity, which may result in a few sea breeze-related downpours, especially as we head into the weekend. Ultimately, high temperatures pushing 90 once again for Sunday and Monday. So this is just a brief cool down, but it comes at the cost of a high fire danger. Can't we just have some nice things, Garrett? There's always got to be this, but.
Right.
And that's what this is. It's a really big however.
Yeah, that's unfortunate,
Yeah.
but you know, we'll enjoy the temperatures. I had my windows open last night.
Good.
That was enjoyable.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just have to really be aware of the situation, because like you said, it doesn't take much.
Right.
You know, you could be talking a spark or something like that could really set things off. So
And
we
it
just have to be
happens.
careful.
It really does happen. That fire in Putnam and Clay counties that happened, huge fires, was thought to have been caused by sparks from a passing train. So what do you do in that situation, right? You just have to hope for the best.
Yeah, that's true. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where they just wrapped up a public comment from a number of speakers, many of them opposing the current agreements with the U.S. Marshals Service and ICE, and wanting to see changes to it. Again, this will be a discussion that the commission brings up coming up in a little bit. They just wrapped up public comment. They're now moving on to some other things. And then we will keep an ear on this and bring you back to this meeting once they do bring up those points for discussion. But I do want to go ahead and play for you a little bit of that public comment from just moments ago when we heard from a number of speakers trying to make their voices heard inside the chambers of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners.
The Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition is made up of 70 organizations, including immigrant organizations, faith organizations, labor unions, neighborhood groups, civil rights organizations, civic engagement organizations, and 145 faith leaders. We are grounded by the leadership of the most vulnerable immigrants among us, empowered by our diversity and actions of solidarity and compassion, driven by our shared vision of human dignity, respect, and social justice. We are presenting to you a full statement and presentation to you 1 minute at a time on behalf of the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition. I am first speaker. We've taken this approach today because today is an important and special day for you, our coalition, and the residents of Orange County. Today is a day of action and leadership as you take stock of the lessons of the last 13 months and then decide for the first time to own the terms, conditions, and human and physical consequences of the IGSA that you allowed to remain in place even though it had been agreed upon by someone else 15 years ago.
So, as we look back at those lessons, let us be critical, not for the purpose of shame, but critical for the purposes of humility and the opportunity to right a wrong. Let us be critical to be sharp, to know better and do better, as Maya Angelou famously said. Let us be critical of how you made decisions, what information were you given, and the reality of entering into a brand new 287G relationship with ICE that the county never had before. The first lesson we should be learning from the last 13 months is that you have not always been given all the information you need to make the most informed decisions. For example, in that very first meeting back in March 2025, you were informed that the county had rejected past 287G agreements, and that with the new legal mandate by Tallahassee, you would be entering into a new relationship with ICE through a never-before-signed 287G agreement. It is important that we reflect on this statement because this got lost in translation during the meeting last year when the deputy attorney went on to speak about a decades-long relationship with ICE through an IGSA that would be tied to the housing component of the 287G agreement. We think it is fair to say in retrospect that neither you nor we understood that these two agreements weren't the only the time. You never had a chance to evaluate like you are today the financial and human implications of continuing the ICE-IGSA relationship.
What most of us heard was that there had been decades-long agreement with ICE and that the 287G would only be empowering correctional officers and staff to serve warrants for ICE to anyone with a local criminal charge. Here's the problem. What was not explained is that even if you had rejected signing the 287G back in March of last year, the jail would have still housed the thousands of ICE detained immigrants who may or may not have any ICE holds because of that ICE IGSA already in place. Worse yet, while you were being told that the 15-year relationship with ICE through the IGSA would not change, they neglected to tell you that an ICE IGSA housing option connected to the 287G could be changed, and then an alternative existed, a housing option for a much more fiscally responsible, more clear agreement, and one that was most aligned with your stated values.
The ICE IGSA is not about getting criminals off the street. Only 5% of those detained have criminal records. It's about locking up our neighbors without due process, and it makes a mockery of our democracy. Law-abiding, hard-working people with no criminal history, even high school kids, are being kidnapped, locked up without cause and without an appearance before a judge. And while due process is ignored, we can't ignore this is costing millions of tax dollars. We're losing money on every detainee. We're eroding our justice, our values. It's unjust, and it's costing us money. You've been given some information, and some of it has been misleading, and you should question the misleading information you've been given. We've got to get out of the business of using taxpayer dollars for cruelty and violation of basic rights. We must stop using local resources to do the dirty, illegal work of ICE and terrorizing our communities. We must stop violating our core democratic values and paying extra for it. We're asking you to do the right thing. We need leadership. We need action. We're speaking. We need you to lead.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Worse yet, while you were told that the 15-year relationship with ICE through the ICE IGSA would not change, they neglected to tell you that an ICE IGSA housing option connected to the 287G could be changed and that an alternative existed, a housing option for a much more fiscally responsible, more clear agreement, and one that was most aligned with your stated values, and that mirrored the 48-hour detention limit and detention expectations laid out in the 287G mandated agreements. In other words, you were not informed of the BOA, the Basic Ordering Agreement. So now here we are today, millions of dollars in the ICE IGSA hole, a tarnished reputation on protecting due process after several federal court rulings, that we are holding unlawfully detained persons, and a frustrated community and voter base waiting for you to take action and end the ICE component of the IGSA. This is why we're here today. We're here because even after decades-old history of housing detainees for ICE, the very assurances that you were giving 13 months ago about the ICE IGSA have turned out to be false.
So, this body was told 6 times last March by county officials that we did not hold people beyond the 72 hours. Okay? 4 times county attorneys who told you that IGSA had a 72-hour limit. An additional 2 times when they told you that ICE didn't pick detainees up by the 72 hours they would be released back to the community. They said this at the 4th hour, 35 and 37 minute mark. Again, in the hour 4 and at minute 54 and 56, we heard from the corrections chief the assurance that assured you that the county already had a history of releasing detainees at the 72-hour because ICE had not come to pick them up.
These assurances turned out to be false, he assured you that the county already had a history of releasing detainees from the 72nd hour because ICE had not come to pick them up. These assurances turned out to be false and came as a result of the ICE IGSA. The BOA and the 287G are perfectly aligned in that if the alien is not transferred to an ICE field office or an immigration detention facility within 48 hours, the alien shall be released from law enforcement agency, jail/correctional facility. That's a quote. We heard from a mayor who has dedicated decades of public service to law enforcement, who assured Commissioner Uribe and Wilson for almost 3 minutes from our 47-minute mark of that meeting that a passenger or bystander who was identified to have ICE holds wouldn't be arrested.
He said, "There's no way," and then continued, "They are not arrested. They can't just take them to the jail. The jail only takes persons who are in custody. They have to take the ICE hit to take that person into custody. They don't have any authority to take people into custody. ICE has mocked the rule of law and made the mayor's assurances false, and only possible because of the ICE IGSA. The 287G and BOA do not allow this, as only criminally charged individuals from Orange County would be housed in our jail. Then there are the costs. There is significant cost analysis that the county has failed to provide over the last 13 months. During the original 287G ratification meeting at hour 3, minute 32, the county attorneys assured that the commission that under the U.S. Marshal Services Agreement, quote,
"Then there are the costs. There's a significant cost analysis that the county has failed to provide over the last 13 months. During the original 287G ratification meeting at hour 3, minute 32, the county attorney assured the commissioners that under the U.S. Marshal Service Agreement, quote, the federal government reimburses us the cost about $88 a day, and that we can recover the funds for housing federal inmates," end quote. Without ever mentioning that they would be doing so at $92 per night per inmate of reimbursement cost to the Orange County taxpayers. As a matter of fact, even after the Commissioner Kelly Martinez Senrad and Nicole Wilson's insistence for additional time to analyze the fiscal impact before voting on 287G. No one from the county's office volunteered the shortfall in the cost of the ICE IGA.
As a matter of fact, even after Commissioner Kelly Martinez-Samred and Nicole Wilson's insistence for additional time to analyze the fiscal impact before voting on the 287G, no one from the county's office volunteered the shortfall in cost of the ICE IGSA. Today you can look at the actual numbers of bookings, and the cost difference could not be more stark. For example, in January, there were 165 people booked with local charges versus 1,684 IGSA bookings. Even with the current gap on rebookings, the county spent over 5 times as much to continue the IGSA versus moving to a 287G and BOA. The projected unreimbursed cost to Orange County based on October 2025 and January 2026 figures is 8 times the cost. 8 times. But let us be clear, under both the BOA and the IGSA reimbursement rates, the county is losing money and forced to subsidize each ICE detention with local tax dollars.
This year, this commission heard the county attorneys change their positions from the first 287G meeting. They went from assuring you that the county would not hold anyone beyond 72 hours to now saying they cannot release individuals after 72 hours and that they may hold people for indefinite periods of time because they're not sure what their obligations are under state law. They argue releasing immigration detainees raises the prospects of releasing real criminals into the community. Both of these statements are only true if we stay in the ICE IGSA. First, because once you're in the BOA, housing of individuals is limited to 48 hours.
I'm here to ask you to terminate the ICE IGSA contract and to enforce the immigration agreements. While I could spend my time talking on the morality and ethics of this issue, I think other speakers have and will do a much better job of that. I'm here to talk about the economic burden of this agreement to the Orange County taxpayers. While it's true that under the BOA, we would receive a lower reimbursement rate than under the IGSA, with the BOA, the total amount of detainees would be significantly lower, more than making up the difference on the per detainee rate. Simply put, we would detain less people and save more money. Sounds pretty good to me. Mayor, commissioners, this moment demands great leadership, so please lead with us and be our voice. Thank you.
So that was many public comment speakers earlier today in that meeting in Orange County. We will see what the commission discusses and if they take any action or see what they do coming up in a little bit. They are on the consent agenda right now. There will be a discussion coming up in a little bit in that Orange County meeting, and so we'll get you back to there, in a little bit. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the home of the Pittsburgh Steelers and the home this year of the NFL Draft. We are continuing to get you ready for the draft this week by looking at some Florida players and Florida's NFL teams and what needs they'll be looking to meet. And some of the names that we might hear called off the board as well from those Florida teams. And so today we're taking a look at the Miami Dolphins, a team that has a number of needs to be addressed. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Merrick Brave from the Finsider. Merrick, always good chatting with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Garrett.
All right, so this Dolphins team, they've got a lot of picks, and that's a good thing because we do know that they also have a lot of needs that they're going to be looking to address.
Yeah, I think you said it right. This team has a lot of holes on the roster. You got new general manager John Eric Sullivan in charge for the very first time of a draft here with the Miami Dolphins. So really hard to predict what they're going to do, but it should be exciting nonetheless.
And we've got the picks up there. Since this is kind of new front office leadership, do we have kind of any indication of how they might, what their strategy might be, how they might kind of tackle this, or is that still kind of up in the air?
Yeah, both John Eric Sullivan and new head coach Jeff Hafley have kind of stated their intention to build the team from the inside out, work on that offensive line that does need quite a lot of work, work on that defensive line, work on linebackers and safeties, right up the middle of that defense, and then kind of flesh the team out. Beyond that, obviously, the Miami Dolphins have a big need at wide receiver as well. Tyreek Hill left this offseason. Jalen Waddle traded to Denver, which is why the Dolphins do have 2 first-round picks at number 11 and number 30. So there are a lot of holes to fill, but they have 11 picks in this year's draft, including 7 in the top 100. So they'll have every opportunity to upgrade the roster.
Let's talk about the stakes for a minute here before we get into some of the projections and that kind of thing. For a team like the Dolphins that is, kind of going through some changes right now, how important is this draft for the future of this team?
I think it's wildly important. 11 picks, like we said, 11 picks in this year's draft, a lot of needs on the roster. But this is John Eric Sullivan's opportunity to show, his colleagues within the Miami Dolphins and to show us, the fans, that he can do a good job, he can collect good players, and he can get this team back on track. It was only a few seasons ago when they were in the playoffs, with one of the best offenses in the NFL. But unfortunately, no playoff wins to show from that, and now the team is in rebuilding mode once again. So it's a familiar spot for us as Dolphins fans, but I personally believe that John Eric Sullivan is the right guy to lead us out of this mess, and it starts on Thursday.
And so I want to pull up one of the latest mock drafts from ESPN. Jordan Reed pulling up some of the potential picks that we could see the Miami Dolphins making. Just kind of give us your take on this, if you think this seems accurate, if there are things that you think make sense with this or don't make sense with this. What do you make of these projected picks for the Dolphins?
Yeah, I actually wrote an article about this mock draft yesterday on the Finsider. I personally love it. I think if this is the way that the draft plays out over the first couple days for the Miami Dolphins, I think we're in for a treat as Dolphins fans. Spencer Fano, offensive lineman out of Utah, he can play all 5 positions on an offensive line, would probably start at guard for the Miami Dolphins until they can move him over to right tackle once Austin Jackson's time in Miami is done. Obviously, they need edge rushers as well. Bradley Chubb off this team. Jalen Phillips off this team. You still have Chop Robinson, but Keldrick Falk of Auburn, he's a solid run defender. Needs to work a little bit on his pass rush, but he's a young player. Have plenty of opportunity to do that. And then going cornerback, wide receiver, and safety. You're building up that secondary with Brandon Cisse and Jalen Kilgore. Actually, outside of Caleb Downs, probably my favorite safety prospect in this draft is Kilgore, so really like that pick at 87. And then Bryce Lance, younger brother of Trey Lance, NFL quarterback Trey Lance. athletic specimen, big-bodied receiver, which is kind of what the Green Bay Packers like to draft. Sullivan coming from the Packers organization, so Lance would make a lot of sense for the Miami Dolphins. I'm a big fan of this mock draft from Jordan Reed of ESPN, and if this is how it plays out this year, I think all of us will be pretty excited about it.
Yeah, how does this make the Dolphins better if it does play out that way?
Well, at this point, you just need an infusion of young talent at a lot of different positions, and that's what that mock draft is showing us. You get a lot of young guys ready to come in and set the tone and set the culture, get it headed in the right direction under the new leadership that the team has brought in this year.
What does and how does this draft kind of play into the strategy for this team moving forward? We've seen them make some moves, free up some cap space. Is the draft it for this team? Do you think we'll see additional moves in the offseason, or where do kind of things stand right now with this team that is kind of going through a bit of a tear down and a rebuild?
Yeah, there's a lot of cap constraints for the Miami Dolphins right now. So you've seen a lot of one-year minimum salary deals from John Eric Sullivan this offseason. I think you'll see a few more of those after this draft is over. You could possibly see some more trades. I think an extension for running back Devon Achane is in the works, as well as linebacker Jordan Brooks. So, you know, we all know the NFL is a year-round business, not just from September through February. So you'll see a lot of work from this Dolphins brass over the next few months while we await the start of the season.
How is the fan base dealing with all this, Merrick?
Well, I suppose it depends on who you're asking. So if you head to social media and you read a lot of Dolphins thoughts, you might need yourself a drink afterwards. These people get a little crazy on the social media. But I think those in the know are pretty happy with the direction the Dolphins are headed in right now. I think we're big believers in Coach Jeff Hafley and our new GM, John Eric Sullivan. And I think it's going to take a couple years before you really start to see results. I think Malik Willis as the team's new quarterback, that's a great head start, first step. So you got to trust the process, as that cliche goes. Trust the process, and I think we'll all be better for it in a couple years.
Is there a lot of pressure for this new front office in this draft, or do you think the expectations are low, so there's not as much pressure? Where do you think things fall?
Well, I think there's always going to be a certain amount of pressure when you have a coveted job like these guys do. You want to keep it. You want to do well. You want to impress your bosses, owner Stephen Ross. So I think there is a good amount of pressure here, but I do think they'll have a couple seasons to really show that they're the guys for the job. And I think at the end of the day, we'll find out that they really were. And the Dolphins got themselves a couple of good ones in Sullivan and Hafley.
All right. So what's the bottom line, Merrick, the thing that you're going to be watching for this weekend once the draft kicks off in Pittsburgh?
Well, I'm interested to see if the Dolphins do any more maneuvering up or down on the board, in terms of trades, right? They could move down from pick number 11, maybe pick up some draft picks in the 2027 draft, a draft that a lot of experts are saying has the potential to be generational, So if you can get some more picks in next year's draft as well, I think that's something I'll be looking for the team to do. But if a stud like, let's say, University of Miami's edge rusher Ruben Bain, if he does end up falling due to arm length concerns, I'm not moving off of pick 11. I'm running to the podium to take him if he is available. So you're kind of going to have to watch how those first 10 picks go to really understand if the Dolphins have the ability to move back and get more picks, or did a stud slide to them. I really like the positioning for the Miami Dolphins at pick number 11. And then again at pick 30, is a team willing to trade up into the first round so they can get that additional fifth year of control on an incoming rookie? Can the Dolphins benefit from that? A lot of questions, a lot of ways this one could go, but we'll find out in just a couple days what they decide to do.
Yeah, it's always interesting talking about the dynamics of a draft because, there can be one thing that changes. It doesn't go according to whatever has kind of been scripted or planned out, and then it just, the ripple effect. You can have whatever strategy you want, but yep. You never know how it's going to play out come Thursday and the rest of this weekend. So that's what always makes the NFL draft so interesting to watch, I think.
Yep, you sure got that right, Garrett.
Well, Merrick Brave with the Finsider, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us, and we look forward to seeing your coverage of the NFL draft.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
As we go to break here, give you another live look at the Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. Again, the first round begins on Thursday night. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome in to Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A number of things that we are monitoring on Capitol Hill right now. Let me give you a live look at the Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on Arctic frost. This is the investigation into the FBI targeting phone records of Republican members of Congress as part of their investigation into Trump's challenge of the 2020 election results. You see Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, who is speaking right now. Senator Ashley Moody of Florida also on this committee. And one of the witnesses who's testifying today is also a Miami native and a law professor at St. Thomas University in Miami Gardens. His name is Daniel Epstein. So he is testifying there on Capitol Hill. Let me also give you a live look. This is the Senate committee that is hearing testimony today from RFK Jr., the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Health and Human Services. So they are discussing the budget for DHHS. And now let me give you a live look inside the committee that is hearing from Kevin Warsh of Florida native, Florida resident, who is testifying right now. He's President Trump's nominee to be the new Fed chair to replace Jerome Powell, who we know the president has had a lot of criticism for. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes at this hearing as it continues live right now on Capitol Hill.
$1 billion level when I showed up at the Fed in 2006 to an order of magnitude higher if the Fed had kept a smaller balance sheet the way the Senator I just talked about a few moments ago. I think interest rates could be lower, inflation could be better, and the economy could be stronger.
Yeah, you discussed your theory of the case with me in that regard.
But I think you would agree that the recognition, I think you implicit in your testimony is the recognition that this is not a plus economy. In your economy, in your testimony, you note the importance of price stability and correctly note that inflation means people lose purchasing power, particularly harming low-income folks. But I also noticed your testimony did not really discuss the Fed's other mandate, and that's to maximize employment. Inflation is critically important, but if you don't have a job, you're in trouble. Do you view the Fed's mandate for maximizing employment as equally important to its price stability mandate, and are you concerned about weak job growth numbers?
Before the nominee answers the question, the senator from the elite university, Morehouse, is out of time. So I appreciate the question, but we will have the answer submitted for the record.
I know you wanted to attend Morehouse College. I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to attend Morehouse, by the way, but I am a Charleston Southern Buck.
I appreciate.
Very happy about that. He couldn't get into Charleston Southern, but it's good you got in somewhere. This is good.
If you can't get into Morehouse, go to Stanford.
Everybody's got jokes up here, so we'll go to Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I want to emphasize that transparency and accountability at the Fed are absolutely vital. The American people need to have trust in our government. We need to have trust in our government agencies, and that includes transparency and accountability at the Fed. So when we're talking about billions of dollars being spent on renovations, it's absolutely appropriate for Congress to ask questions. And it is absolutely appropriate for Congress to get answers. We need to understand where this substantial amount of money has gone, and we need to ensure that every institution, including the Fed, is always making decisions that are in the best interest of the American people. And so I urge everyone involved to make sure that any outstanding questions on this matter come to fruition so that we can get answers and move on and have a smooth and timely transition and a confirmation process, of which I want to say congratulations on both your nomination, your willingness to be here today, and I also want to say that to your family. I think a lot of people miss the fact that when any of us step up to serve, that it's not just you, your family that goes through so much. And so we just want to say that sacrifice is often overlooked, and we certainly appreciate your family being with you today and all of you and what you're willing to do here. I had a chance to get to know you over the years, and as many of my Republican colleagues have and other colleagues, and I think we would all say you are absolutely the right man for the job at the right time in our country's history, and I am excited about your leadership at the Fed. We have had an opportunity to talk about a number of issues, but I know that your integrity and that your commitment to the American people are going to help restore confidence at the Fed, and it will also ultimately serve our country incredibly well. So it's not going to be any easy task to return that confidence. We have spoken about needed reforms at the Fed on the monetary policy side and also the operational and internal standpoint as well. And of course, your calls for reform aren't baseless. You served at the Fed during one of the most challenging times. You just referenced it in your previous answer to a question from my colleague across the aisle. I believe you said there was a balance sheet, $800 billion, when you showed up in 2006. So talk to me a little bit, speak to me about that, about what you have seen during your time and tenure at the Fed already, and then what other life experiences you have that you will bring as you tackle this role.
Yeah, so Senator, great to see you again. So the chairman knows I worked with the senator when she was a staffer on this very committee, and I was a young staffer myself. So it's an honor to be here. And Senator, as you know, this is a serious responsibility. I'm honored the president nominated me for it. This is a time of consequence, not just for the country, but for the central bank. I think the central bank can go back to first principles and improve itself. I see most of the actions of the Fed come from good intentions, but when you gave the Fed a remit, it wasn't a general roving remit to do what it thought was right. It was a particular remit to focus on particular issues and to not wander. And that's the trade-off on independence. Independence about the conduct of monetary policy, where we can hear criticisms from others in the economics profession, elected officials, and we should be open-minded to them. Listen, I think there's been a considerable amount of groupthink in the economics profession, and so being open-minded to it is important. But outside of monetary policy, it's important that the central bank work with the government on areas of overlap. And so I think that's likely to happen.
So we're listening into that, but I want to get you right now to the House committee that is holding this budget hearing with the Department of Health and Human Services, because this is Kat Cammack, Republican from Florida, now getting the chance to ask some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in live to this hearing live on Capitol Hill.
American people. Now, too often we say that we have a healthcare system, but I personally believe that we have a sick care system. And we have a culture that perpetuates a system of maintenance rather than prevention. And I think much of what your initiatives do is trying to address the cultural issue as well as the structural issues within HHS. So I appreciate the administration's focus on prevention, nutrition, innovation, and I look forward to continuing the discussion on how this budget can move us in that direction while improving access and lowering costs. So recently we hosted Dr. Bhattacharya in the Gator Nation, North Florida, and I would like to extend a similar invitation to you to learn more about what we are doing at the University of Florida, the #1 public university in the country. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. But what we are doing, particularly in the healthcare space and within R&D, to advance better outcomes and healthcare discoveries. So we would welcome the opportunity to host you. If you
I would love to come. My sister-in-law teaches at the University of Florida. My wife's family lives there. My wife is a alumni, so I'd be delighted to come.
Can I get a Go Gators from you then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go Gator.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. So let's talk about the spending and whether our federal health spending through HHS is actually changing outcomes and not just maintaining the status quo. Walk us through some of the challenges that you're facing and how we can be helpful in advancing those changes that really disrupt the status quo and drive us towards better health outcomes.
I mean, I would say there's the whole waste, fraud, and abuse issue that you're familiar with, so I won't dwell on that, but I would say the overarching issue that we're trying to create is the perverse incentives. We have a sick care system where people get compensated more for keeping patients sick.
Correct.
And, Medicare Advantage was supposed to be the template for outcome-based care. We have other templates for outcome-based care. The whole system ultimately has to be moved to that. Fee-for-services is not a way that we're going to get Americans healthy. Mm-hmm. We need to align the economic incentives with the outcome of good health for all Americans.
Absolutely, I agree. And to that point, we've seen the use of QALYs, right, that has been prohibited when we talk about Medicare because they undervalue the lives of our seniors and people with disabilities and chronic conditions. That's just fundamentally wrong, in my opinion, to have an algorithm, a formula, determine whether or not you are of value enough to receive certain treatments. So as we're going through this, can you confirm that HHS will continue to uphold this safeguard and ensure that coverage and payment decisions are not based on discriminatory measures like QALYs, and would you be willing to work with us to extend and clarify this protection across all of the federal health programs?
I would be delighted to work with you on that.
Excellent. I know people around the country are celebrating that answer for sure. And shifting a little bit to the FDA while I've got some remaining time here, I would like to hear about how you guys are improving the clarity and predictability in FDA as you review different applications. That's something that I hear often, particularly from startups, of the process. It's still bogged down. We need to move faster. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
The process at FDA for approving
correct
new drugs. Well, we're now using AI. 90% of FDA is on it. Using it, we've been able to condense the time for reviewing final applications from typically 60 to 90 days to 2 hours.
Member's time is up, and you
Okay.
can answer her question via written circumstances. And I
Thank you.
now recognize Representative Trahan for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Kennedy, since day one.
That hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Tampa right now as we are getting ready for Game 2 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Montreal Canadiens tonight at Benchmark International Arena. A lot of excitement for that, and the Lightning looking to bounce back after a tough loss in overtime in Game 1. So joining us live now to talk about this and what we are hoping to see from the Lightning tonight, we've got Paul Driscoll at the Paul Driscoll on social media, joining us live now via Zoom. Paul, we appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Garrett.
So first of all, how are you feeling after an exciting game on Sunday, no doubt, but a tough loss in overtime to the Canadiens? So how are you feeling right now heading into Game 2?
Yeah, I actually feel pretty good. I think there's a lot of positives. I think they actually outplayed Montreal for a large portion of that game, especially 5-on-5. At one point, I think Montreal only had 8 shots on goal with a few minutes left in the second. They'd then get a power play and score on it. But I think if the Lightning can just play that same pace 5-on-5, I think that they'll be in another good spot today. A lot to like from Sunday's game despite the loss.
Yeah, what do you think it was that that kind of doomed the Lightning in that game? Was it the turnovers? Was it some of the dumb penalties? What do you think? What was it that kind of made the difference?
I think you hit the nail on the head there from my perspective. The penalties. So we think back to the regular season, which regular season playoffs, we can try to pull some things and glean some things, but the playoffs are just a totally different animal. The Lightning were the most penalized team in the league in the regular season, but their penalty kill was third. We look at Sunday, and they allowed 3 goals on 5 power plays. That's a 40% penalty kill there. So not fantastic. I think if they can stay out of the box, cut those penalties out, but when they take them, there's a good chance that they will take a lot of penalties since they did have the most in the regular season. They have to kill them off. Maybe not at the clip that they did in the regular season, but 40% just won't do it.
Let's talk about the matchup here. I mean, this is maybe the most evenly matched kind of first round matchup, it seems like, in the playoffs. I mean, these are two teams that, had pretty similar regular seasons. So just talk a little bit about the matchup between the Canadiens and the Lightning.
Yeah, I think Montreal's a fantastic team. You look at the East as a whole, though. I mean, every team that made the East this year is fantastic. But they got a great young team. They got Slafkovsky, who we saw 3 power play goals, hat trick on Sunday. Caulfield, Suzuki, Demidov. They have a great team. So the Lightning need to do what they did, as I said before, 5-on-5. But Slafkovsky, 3 power play goals. I think that they're definitely going to be honing in on him, not just on the power play for Montreal, but also 5-on-5. I also think that for the Lightning, I'd like to see Braden Point get involved a little bit more. He's got speed. His game is built for the playoffs. Use that to create some odd man rushes, and obviously on the power play, typically when he's in his bumper spot right in front of the goal. And then the turnovers, I think, is another thing too. The Lightning have to be a little bit more responsible with the puck, especially in their end, and then those cross ice passes at the blue line when they're on the power play. Didn't bite them on Sunday's game, but we have seen that happen a lot in the regular season. So just limiting those turnovers, because Montreal, that speed, that youth, they can certainly capitalize, and they did. It felt like every mistake the Lightning made on Sunday ended up in the back of their net.
How do they slow down Slafkovsky?
I think what they need to do to slow him down is certainly going to be to have that physical aspect that they played with a lot throughout this regular season. I know that I was just looking as we started this that Sabrin is going to be drawing in tonight. So he brings that physical presence. And I think just making that note, and obviously there's a fine line, right? We don't want to be too physical where they're taking so many penalties. But I think if they could be a little bit physical, get in their face, make them uncomfortable, they're more susceptible to slowing them down and maybe get a turnover or two.
And like you said, that was one of the strengths of this team throughout the regular season, playing physical, being scrappy in a lot of ways, and that was part of their recipe for success.
Yeah, and I think that there's a fine line, and obviously with that comes those penalties we talked about. They're the most penalized team, but if you're able to kill them, then you're able to play with that physical aspect and know that, hey, if we go on the penalty kill, more than likely we're going to be able to kill it.
How do you think the players are taking this? That had to have been an emotionally draining game one, and for it to end up being a loss, how do you think they are? What mindset are they coming into to this game two tonight with?
I mean, I'm just a fan, but if I was to venture to guess, I would say that locker room, led by John Cooper, those guys have been through it, right? We know that they've been in the playoffs now. This is their 9th straight year, 2 Stanley Cups, 3 Stanley Cup finals in that 9 season span. I think that they know what it takes. It's just a matter of execution. And I really think if we're talking about something that could make the difference and giving them a little momentum, is scoring first, getting a lead early. Down the stretch, they surrendered the first goal of the game more times than they didn't, which means playing from behind. And then grabbing the lead and giving the crowd an extra jolt. I mean, we know Lightning have a sellout streak going back over a decade, so Bolts Nation brings it every game. But we know that we're also 1-10 in the last 11 home playoff games. So I almost feel like there's this you can almost feel it in the building, like, oh, here we go again. So I'm sure that even though they've been through it, that kind of seeps into their mind. They know they've been through it all. We've been through series where the Lightning win game one and lose the series. We've been through series where they lose game one and they win the series. So they know what it takes. But I think if they can get an early lead, keep the crowd into it, I think that would be just the push that they need tonight.
Is this a must-win tonight? Do they have to leave Tampa splitting the first 2 games of this series?
I won't call it a must-win, but you really do have to have it, because if they go down 0-2, we know the Bell Center up in Montreal is going to be going crazy. They have a really loud, one of the loudest buildings, great fans. I think that they don't want to go into that environment going down 0-2 in the series. However, I like to consider myself as much of an optimist as we can be. Lightning were a great road team, so they were 24-12-5 in the regular season. But I think if they're able to win tonight, best of 5. You don't have home ice, but like I said, great road team. You really don't want to go down 0-2. I won't call it a must win, but it's pretty close.
All right, Paul Driscoll at the Paul Driscoll on social media. We appreciate you joining us today. Fun talking hockey with you. We'd love to chat with you again as the playoffs continue.
Thanks for having me, Garrett. Let's do it again.
All right, we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you another live look at the skyline of Tampa, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Number of things we're continuing to keep an eye on this hour, including the Orange County Commission meeting. We are still awaiting discussion on the agreement, the intergovernmental services agreement with ICE and U.S. Marshals, but we do expect that to begin shortly. We've been hearing some discussion. You see the legislative wrap-up. They've been talking about things that have been going on in Tallahassee. The fact that there's not a state budget that's been passed that obviously creates some questions when it comes to funding, and also talking about the property taxes and the efforts that could reduce or eliminate those as well. So commissioners having some questions about this, and so I want to go ahead and we'll just listen in for a minute as this conversation continues live right now in Orange County.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kelly and team. That was a very informative presentation. Are you coming back when we have a budget to do another briefing?
We certainly could, or if you want individual briefings, completely flexible.
Got it. Good. So why do you anticipate that there was no tax package that was done because we're anticipating a mammoth tax change session with property?
That was part of the conversation. There was initially a tax package that was filed throughout the process and debated and discussed, and then at the last minute was gutted. It was basically amended out, and they used it as a vehicle for another issue. I've not seen that before. It's not unheard of in other topics, but ultimately nothing made it over the finish line. I mean, personally, I thought there's too much of a tax-related discussion, and then as you look at the economic forecast, maybe some uncertainty in that area, and so maybe those two issues converged, and that's why nothing moved forward at that time. Now, whether that time could be in the future when they develop the budget, who knows?
Okay. And you'll give an up if there's a tax package?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'll put in a request now for D5 briefing. on both of
Absolutely.
those. Thank you.
We'd love to stop by.
So District 5, we also went to Tallahassee and met with every legislative delegation member who would take our meeting. And in the sentiments of what Commissioner Wilson is saying, well, I'll set the tone. In District 5, we have to keep our office door closed during legislative session because of the verbal bombs that fly out of our mouth as we listen to what's happening on the floor. And when you have things like this DEI bill, I mean, basically right now, you can't be old, you can't be gendered, but for those who don't want to be gendered, they have to use the right pronouns. You can't be black, you can't be Hispanic, you can't celebrate any roots, you know, with the general vagueness of that language. And it's bizarre because if you look in this room, every single one of us looks very different. We are diverse because we are human beings. So what I fear has happened in Tallahassee is that while we all associate specific political ideologies as guiding this, special interest has just straight contaminated Tallahassee. And if this legislative session taught us anything, it's to the voters, and it says big and bold and underlined in all caps, voters beware and follow the money. Because that's the issue that we're seeing. All this growth management, attacks on the rural boundary, looking at ways to preempt local government, taking our budget so that we can't support the unhoused neighbors that we have, so that we can't celebrate each other's differences, so that we can't recognize our history, so that we can't. It's just, you can't. And the reason that they want to say that we can't is because special interest is controlling the agenda in Tallahassee, and they're passing bills and they're passing laws that represent the needs, the motivation, and the greed of corporations. That's where we are in Tallahassee. And the most interesting thing is that when we went to Tallahassee, we met with all of the legislative delegation members. And you know what? We frequently criticize one party over the other. But essentially, the majority of both parties think that tourist development tax money is public money that should be used for the good of the public, for our community. That includes tourists. And so it should have infrastructure that supports and enhances and improves the tourist experience while they're here, while also contributing to the welfare and the benefit of the quality of our lives. And so all of those people that we met with in Tallahassee agreed, point blank. You know who says that we shouldn't have that money? Special interest. You know who is trying to preempt voters' votes, their voice in the ballot box? Developers, special interests. It's not one party over the other. It is simply follow the money because the people who are being elected no longer represent the interests, the needs, or the desires of our community. They no longer celebrate who we are. Instead, they strive to control who we must become. So this is a voters beware. Follow the money, fire the people at the polls this session. For those people that go on record, like Senator Jason Brodeur, and say that they support the rural boundary and flip their script because they decide they have higher endeavors and need more money to run for higher level offices, and they're going to preempt the will of 75% of voters in the voter box who said that I demand sustainable development with a rural boundary. For those of us who said almost 90% that if you want to use our park, our conservation, our open space for anything other than what it was zoned for, you need a supermajority vote. They tried to preempt that. So voters, beware. Fire those people at the polls who no longer represent us because they are contaminating our community to its roots. They are whitewashing us. And they are trying to force an agenda that is not mainstream. We are people. It doesn't matter the political ideology. Tallahassee is corrupt with sellouts. So send them where they belong. Put them on the curb. And look for the people who say, I stand with you, I am one of you, and I am with you. And I will represent you. This legislative session, it got me so hot, Kelly. I am so upset about what I see happening. And the fact that every single day we have people calling, crying because they don't have houses, because they can't afford rent, because they can't keep their light bill on, because they're making a decision between keeping their family pet and paying for their prescription. That's where we are. But instead, they're worried about controlling us, telling us that we can't celebrate, distracting all of the issues that are ripping our families apart. This is a lesson to voters. And this is where we stand together and we stand up, or we sit down and we shut up. That's where we are. So I encourage and I implore all of you that when you walk into that voter's booth, you're not voting because someone is a woman, someone is a man, someone is Hispanic, somebody is black. You are walking into that booth to vote for the person who represents you, your family, your neighbors, and your community. Because we are in the predicament we are in right now because we have elected the wrong people. Period. Period. So this is voters beware, and I hope that come August in that primary election, we walk in informed. And we check our ballot boxes for those individuals who are standing with us. And come November, fire those who don't. Thank you.
All right, everybody. We do want to maintain a decorum.
Orange County Commissioner Kelly Martinez-Simrad with some fiery remarks there from the podium, the dais of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting as they discuss some of the fallout from a number of new state laws and things that have been happening in Tallahassee. This is ahead of discussion expected in just a few minutes that would be about the ongoing agreement, the status of the agreement between Orange County and U.S. Marshals and ICE. So we are keeping an eye out for that. We do expect that to begin shortly. In fact, that's the very next item on the agenda. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And right now, I want to look ahead a little bit and let you know some of the things that are coming up a little bit later today here on Fox Local. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to be talking with one of our space experts about some concerns that were outlined in an audit released yesterday from NASA's Office of Inspector General, looking at the process that is underway to build a new spacesuit, new spacesuits for the future moon landings, and concerns that they might not be ready in time for the current projected timelines for these next Artemis missions that will land on the moon in 2028. So we're going to be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. We're also waiting for a news conference at the bottom of the hour from Wilton Simpson, the state's agriculture commissioner, who's going to be in Green Cove Springs, talking about the latest on the wildfires that are burning in that area and response efforts across the state. Coming up at 2 o'clock, we will be monitoring Capitol Hill, where a South Florida member of Congress is going to learn more about her fate and whether she could be expelled from the U.S. House of Representatives. We're talking about Sheila Sherphillis McCormick, who is facing federal charges over accusations that she stole FEMA money and used it to benefit her campaign. She was already found guilty on a couple of dozen charges on Capitol Hill in a House Ethics Committee trial that happened last month. And now today is the sanctions hearing, where the members of that panel are going to discuss what they think should happen with her. Expulsion from the House is, according to reports we have seen, is on the table. And that would potentially, if that is kind of the consensus there, that would set up a House vote that then could expel her from the House of Representatives. So we'll be watching that closely. That hearing, my understanding, is closed to press. The trial was open, but the sanctions hearing today, I believe, is closed. But we'll be watching for comings and goings of Representative or Congresswoman Sherphillis McCormick and other members of that panel as well, see if they make any sort of statement or remarks. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Also this afternoon around 2:30, that is when a Flagler County mother accused of killing her newborn baby due in court for a bond hearing. We're talking about Andy McGillow in Flagler County. She's facing charges accused of giving birth into a toilet, and the baby drowns. She's accused of taking that baby and burying it in a shallow grave in the backyard. She's facing murder charges and is going to be in court trying to get out of jail ahead of trial. So we'll be keeping an eye on that coming up later this afternoon as well. And then at 4 o'clock, NASA is going to be holding a news conference talking about their new telescope, which could launch from Florida's Space Coast as soon as later this year. So a lot of things that we are keeping an eye on, not just here, but around Capitol Hill as well. So a lot of those things we'll be bringing to you over the next few hours here on Fox Local. We appreciate you joining us here today. Right now, though, I want to go ahead and listen back into this hearing, this Senate hearing on Capitol Hill, where we are hearing this is Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican from North Dakota, having the chance to ask some questions of the new Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh, who is from Florida, lives in Florida at least, and is President Trump's nominee for the new head of the Fed. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Regulation. Yes. If central bankers should stand for anything, it's to resist fads, resist trends, call balls and strikes. That's exactly what I would intend to do.
I lean hard yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Warsh. And thank you for meeting with me last week. In August of 2025, President Trump tried to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook for unsubstantiated allegations widely believed to be politically motivated. Thankfully, both a federal district court and the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Governor Cook, preventing her from being fired while the investigation proceeds. This is a landmark test for independence. Now, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh said allowing Cook's firing to go forward would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. So I would like to ask you, will you commit to defending Governor Cook's tenure as Chairman Powell has done?
Senator, it was a pleasure to meet you in your office and spend time with you. As I said to you then, I'll repeat here to the broader committee. If I stand for anything, it's the Fed should stay in its lane. As I understand that matter, it's pending before the United States Supreme Court. I think it's inappropriate for me to weigh in on that, especially because in the event that I am confirmed, I could be a party to that matter.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Walsh. I disagree with you. This is your future colleague who is confirmed by both this committee and this Senate to serve her country. Chairman Powell has defended her tenure, and your answer to this is you will not defend her. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not my answer. My answer is there's a pending case before the Supreme Court, the results of which I think we're going to hear about soon. If confirmed by this body, I will follow the Constitution, the Supreme Court law, and the best of the Fed's tradition.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you agree or disagree with Justice Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, who said that her firing would weaken, if not shatter, the Fed's independence? Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh?
So I took a constitutional law class, but I wouldn't say I'm worthy of being a Supreme Court justice. What I can say is Fed independence means everything to me.
And it means...
And that's exactly what I would try to do if I'm confirmed.
Well, I'd like to move on to the criminal investigation of Chairman Powell. The Trump administration could have taken many off-ramps to end what is a ridiculous exercise. Instead, they have doubled down. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, sent prosecutors to the Fed last week to continue this circus, and they were turned away. Chairman Powell has said that the administration's investigation is not about any testimony or the renovations of a building, calling these arguments pretext, and he said that the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on its best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president. So do you dispute Chairman Powell's assertion that the investigations are pretext for policy disagreements?
Senator, as I said with respect to the other case, this is also pending before the courts. I have a ton of confidence in the court's ability to make a final resolution. I'd abide by any judgment of the courts and would follow that judgment in the best of the Fed's traditions.
Okay, it's difficult. Let me just ask you another question instead. Just a few days ago, bless his heart, President Trump called Chairman Powell a stubborn, incompetent person who he said suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. Now, can you say before this committee that you disagree with this characterization?
Yeah, my disagreements with Chairman Powell are about policy, not about personality or personnel.
Okay, let me ask you another question about the president. Now, my colleague a moment ago said to you that the president, you said the president has never asked you about lowering interest rates, and you said he never specifically, is the word you use, demanded that you decrease interest rates. Well, did the president generally suggest this to you as well?
You know, in my recitation to your colleagues, I wasn't trying to be clever. The president never generally or specifically instructed me, suggested I should commit to any interest rate path whatsoever.
Okay, let me go to another point. So if the Senate does not confirm you by May 15th, the president may inject more financial chaos into our economy by illegally attempting to remove Chairman Powell and installing someone else until your confirmation. Now, the law is quite clear here. If there is a vacancy, the current chairman continues to serve as chair pro tem until the Senate confirms a replacement. But the Trump administration is gearing up to fight this assertion. And I expect every financial leader and reporter is watching your words right now, which can move markets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to reassure them. Do you agree that the law requires the current Fed chair to continue serving as interim chair while this replacement is confirmed?
So I haven't been advised on that. I will say this. I was a summer associate for 8 weeks at a law firm, and that was the extent of my legal career. I'm certainly not capable of defining whether the Vacancy Act applies to the Federal Reserve or not.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Senator.
I need to get you live right now to Green Springs Cove, where we see Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson getting ready to give an update on the wildfires that are burning in that area and across the state. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Now we're talking. Good? Well, first of all, thank you, and thank you for coming out today. Obviously, Florida has got one of the worst fire seasons in maybe the last 30 or 40 years, or it's turning it out to be that way. We've been in drought for 18 months now all across the state, so this is not just an isolated area. These fires, we've got fires all over the state today. We're very proud of our relationships that we have, not only with the Governor DeSantis and his team, with Kevin Guthrie, They are being an amazing support system here for us. We are going to be staging equipment around the state so that we can better respond, just like we would be prepared in a hurricane system. We're going to stage equipment in 4 different areas in Tallahassee, Cross City, Cecil Field in Jacksonville, and Lake City. And that way we can respond to a lot of these fiscally constrained counties. Our team works with most every fire department in the entire state of Florida as we get these fires. They've been great partners. Clearly, Clay County and Putnam County has done an amazing job here helping respond to this fire. The sheriff's offices and the fire rescue teams have done great. But the Florida Forest Service has been led by Rick Dolan. You're going to hear from him in just a minute. Rick Dolan has been the director for now 3 years. Under his leadership, we've been able to procure an additional 100 dozers to replace old and aging dozers. We've got 10 helicopters today that we can fly and fight fires with. And we have got a fleet of drones around this state that help us with the technology that we need sometimes to fight fires with them and sometimes actually to start fires. But Rick has done an amazing job with our crews. We are at a very low level of people that we've got nearly a full slate of officers here. And so we're very proud of all of those conditions, and Rick's done a big part of that. We also are leaning on our federal partners in this fire. We have water scoopers here. We have air tankers helping us fight this fire. And again, we're going to be in a drought for the next 2 months. If you are listening to this, we need everyone to know, if you see a fire, please say something. If you are mowing your lawn, make sure that it doesn't spark and catch a fire behind you. Please do not burn outside for now. You've got a lot of burn bans in most counties. Check your county. But if you're not in a burn ban and you're going to risk doing a fire in your backyard, make sure you put that fire thoroughly out. Do not throw cigarettes out your windows. Make sure you have a defensible space around your home, right? Clean your roofs, your gutters. Make sure that you don't have clutter around your house that could catch on fire and burn your property. The most important thing we're going to do in any of these fires is save lives. Second most important thing we're going to do is save property. And that's the way we look at it. And we've done our part. We've got the equipment. We've got the right leadership. And we are now staging equipment, like I said, around the state to make sure that we are amply prepared to handle whatever comes at us. We've got 2 more months of this fire season, and we're asking everyone to do their part here in the state of Florida to make sure that this doesn't get out of control. And at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Rick Dolan, our director.
Thank you, Commissioner Simpson. I really appreciate your continued leadership and support for our agency. We've come a long way in 3 years under this commissioner and under the legislature. We've received a lot of support, and we really appreciate it, and we need it right now. This is as dry as we've been in 25 years, and we are experiencing drought conditions statewide that I've not seen in my career. And it's really important to note that the commissioner mentioned about relationships, and relationships are really important. We can't do it alone as the Florida Forest Service. The Structure Fire Service can't do it alone. It takes all of us. It takes our federal partners in the U.S. Forest Service that has provided us aviation resources to be able to help us contain these fires on state property. The close working relationships between the Florida Forest Service and the county fire departments and municipal fire departments is extremely important. It's one team, one fight, and we can't do that without the support of our sheriff's offices as well. And it's a prime example of what's going on right here in Clay and Putnam County. The cooperative working relationships that we have between the Florida Forest Service, Clay County Fire Rescue, Putnam County Fire Rescue, Clay County Sheriff's Office, and the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. It's extremely important. We cannot do it alone, and unfortunately, we got 8 to 10 more weeks of this ahead of us. There's no rain in the forecast. Predictive services have been right on the money since the fall. And unfortunately, the weather people are correct this time, and they're predicting us to be drier through the end of June, drier than normal, which means we're going to have higher fire activity between now and the end of June. So it's 9 to 10 weeks from now that we're going to be very, very busy. The commissioner mentioned about protecting yourselves and creating defensible space. You got to do that. We can't be everywhere. The fire service cannot be everywhere. It's a landowner and a homeowner's responsibility to take care of themselves and protect themselves. Give firefighters a chance to save your property, because without that defensible space, we don't have much of a chance. And when we have multiple starts, it doesn't give us much of a chance. Here's the truth. The peak fire season is not here yet. That's usually toward the end of May. We have not received lightning so far. And when that comes, and it's coming, we're going to be as busy as we've probably been in decades. But we're well prepared. We're well prepared as an agency, and we're well prepared as a fire service in the state of Florida. So for more tips on how to protect yourself, go to bewildfirereadyfl.com and learn how to protect yourself from wildfire, because it is coming. Thank you.
Lauren Mock, Fire Chief, Clay County Fire Rescue. I want to reiterate the cooperation statement that both the Commissioner and the Director said, and also reiterate the support that the Sheriff's Office has provided with this event. We've been working it with them in partnership since Sunday. I can't think of a time in my experience where we've had more dozers deployed in a shorter period of time, and the air assets yesterday were essential. In fact, that support was phenomenal. It stopped cold the fire progression in a high fire danger time. We were in red flag conditions with very high winds, and frankly, without that support, gentlemen, we wouldn't be standing here. We'd be opposite on the other side of the road chasing our tails with it. So that was essential. We are maintaining structural protection. The Forest Service has created literally interstate highways in some of the areas that we're getting into along fire lines. Our crews are actively working to improve that blackened area, provide a cool response with some water into those areas, and reinforce those fire lines. As we're standing here, you could feel the wind beginning to kick up again as we're predicted for the afternoon. So we're preparing for another bad afternoon if a run takes place. But so far, we've been very successful here. The residents have heeded our calls to leave when necessary. They prepared space, and our units are prepared to go in there and defend structures throughout the afternoon, and we'll continue in that posture for the short time. So I'll turn it over to Tim Devon, who's our emergency manager, to address what the county's doing in addition to the fire response.
Thank you, Chief. So I just want to cover a couple bullets today. Donations, we're accepting for first responders, bottled water, prepackaged snacks, prepackaged food at the Clay County Fairgrounds. It's open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We will be open up again tomorrow for accepting donations. As far as shelters, we're still partnered with Shiloh Baptist as a host shelter. If we do have to evacuate anybody, we have an immediate partnership where we can send them to. Please ensure, though, that you have a plan. And the example that I use is, if you only have 5 minutes to leave your home, what would you take? Do you have your kids ready? Do you have your medications ready? Do you have everything ready that you can hop in the car and leave? And like Director Guthrie talked about yesterday, ensuring that your gas tank is full or your electric vehicle is charged ahead of time, not waiting until we do that order. If the winds switch, you may only have 5 or 10 minutes where you have to evacuate. We do have a call center set up in Clay County. It is our Emergency Operations Center call center, so that's 1-877-CLAY EOC. That's 1-877-CLAY-EOC for information. As always, make sure that you've downloaded the Safer Watch app, that you've gone to our website for alert.claycountygov.com. That's how we push out a lot of evacuation orders. Stay tuned to our social media, our local media, and our website. So with that, thank you.
Well, the earliest that we would know would probably when rainy season starts in earnest. We need water. And so like the director said, it could be the end of June before we get enough rain to make a real difference. This is going to be ongoing this year. I know the long-term weather patterns are changing. They're predicting a more end of summer and maybe in the fall, a little wetter pattern. So we're hopeful for that. But this is going to go on for several more months at a minimum.
I can address it a little bit. Since the event, we've been holding additional staffing on every single day to keep our units in service. Obviously, we've added additional units in addition to the regular crews that routinely staff. So we have literally almost every piece of apparatus we have with somebody riding on it. The longer that goes, the harder that's going to become to maintain, because that's going to wear and tear on our crews. But we have the ability to reach out through our state partners to bring in outside assets, and I direct those that at least have the memory back to 98. We can pull units from across the state, but we also have the capability to pull in EMAC assistance from the Southern Compact. So it was not unusual in 98 to see units from all across the South pouring into Jacksonville and areas south to support us. So the one thing I know from my experience, the cavalry is going to be here if we need it.
Sheriff, we briefly shut down US 17 yesterday. Can you talk to us if that's a reality that could happen again and what people know about that?
Any road closure in the general area is a possibility. Let me just say that the state of Florida forestry team has been phenomenal. The Clay County Fire Rescue team has been phenomenal at keeping the fire at bay, but you're dealing with Mother Nature and you're dealing with fire, which can be unpredictable. So unfortunately, I can't forecast if 17 is going to be shut down. What I would tell people is if you're in the general area driving, drive safely and pay attention to the Clay County Fire Rescue Facebook page and Safer Watch for road closures.
For fires? Really, literally anywhere in the state. We've got them at the Georgia-Florida line. We've got them in the Panhandle, clearly here. And on the additional resources that are needed, Kevin Guthrie, the director of DEM, and the governor, I've talked to them, both of them this morning, are well prepared to have additional equipment come and support the Florida Forest Service. You know, how do you prepare for a year like this? Starting 3 years ago, right? We've bought 100 new dozers in the last 3 years. We've bought 9 new helicopters in the last 3 years. We have the equipment, we have the manpower, but it does take us all, and we will call on those additional resources if needed.
What will an evacuation physically look like for the residents? What can they expect? Is it just the alert online, a phone call, they come to your door? What does that look like?
I think it's going to depend on the conditions. A few weeks ago, we had a fire in the southwestern portion of the county that we utilized the Alert, Clay, and Safer Watches to provide a general notification because we had very fast fire development. It was moving quickly. On Sunday night, we were able to work with the sheriff's office and our crews and go specifically residence by residence that was threatened and provide individual notification, and we could talk to those people. So I think it's going to be dynamic depending on the occurrence.
I'm not sure if this was for you or whoever, but we had a hard freeze. Now we're having extreme drought. This has been hard on our farmers, on their industry. Didn't have any plan to provide any kind of assistance, financial aid to those people?
Well, that's a great question. We did have $3.1 billion of damage due to the freeze earlier this year. There's actually 2 freezes, one at the end of December and then one in the beginning of January, or in the beginning of February. And $3.1 billion. We've worked with our federal partners. Our congressmen and women have signed off on our report to try to get a grant relief. We are currently distributing dollars through the Department of Agriculture, the $675 million from the hurricanes of the last few years. We're trying to get this in real time, more in real time this year. So we're hopeful that we will get a federal appropriation attached to one of these appropriation bills for the relief of our farmers. It's something we're working desperately on. You know, our larger farmers generally have access to capital. The medium and small farmers do not. So we are working feverishly to get a block grant. Sometimes these grants would go through the federal government. We believe if we can get them to go through the Florida Department of Agriculture, we can do it much more quickly and get that relief. So we're working on that. It's something we've worked on actually since before the freeze started, when we started making contacts.
Sheriff, you put out a note earlier today about misinformation issues. Can you address that, or they're concerned about misinformation on social media?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of misinformation going around, and I don't think it's anything nefarious, Scott. What I will tell you is that people hear old information or they hear partial information and then they run with it and they put it out on social media as fact. That is why it's so important. The primary messaging system platform for this event in Clay County is the Clay County Fire Rescue Facebook page. If there is an immediate issue or an immediate concern, life-threatening conditions, those will go out on Safer Watch and the Alert Clay platform. But what I would tell people is just because it's on Facebook doesn't mean it's real.
The National
The National Guard would be deployed. Obviously, that would be the governor's call, and it would be in coordination with the Florida Forest Service, Rick Dolan and his team. And so if deployed, if necessary, that would be part of that. There's additional resources that would be brought in. Have they started back? Yeah, they just started back up, yes.
Well, I think in combination, because if I took, I believe it's going to be close well over 100 people. We have close to 40 people that are deployed, and you have to remember it's both Putnam and Clay County that's involved in it, and then the Florida Forest Service with it, and that number's been consistent and growing literally since Sunday.
So we'll take one more question for the commission. I know I've talked to some residents who see fire suppressant dust on literally next door to their property. What do you say to people about that process? Is it safe that if you see that, does that mean it's at my house in 5 minutes later?
You know, what we're doing is we've got several ways to cut fire lines, right? You see a lot of dozers working. You can use the drone to burn out some of the green spaces so that we're creating that defensible space. And we're very proud of the fact that Florida does about 2.5 million acres of prescribed fire a year. The entire country does about 10 million acres. So about 25% of all prescribed fires here in the state of Florida, we're eliminating that fuel. And when those large tankers come in and put a fire line down, that's creating another defensible space. And so they should be very proud that we have the access, and Rick Dolan has done an amazing job of the coordination with the federal government for those tankers to come in and drop those fire lines. They've been very helpful, and as Chief said, probably saved some structures yesterday when they came in and was able to dump. So thank you for being here, and please get the message out to the locals to you know, go to our website, make sure you have a defensible space, and keep your family safe. Thank you.
Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson and a number of other officials there in Clay County discussing the status of the railroad fire burning at 4,000 acres right now. Thankfully, the containment has grown. It is at 50% contained as of 9 o'clock this morning, the latest update on that, but concern still for that. You heard the Clay County Sheriff talk about the possible road closures because of that wildfire, and you heard from Agriculture Commissioner Simpson talking about the concern moving forward because we are in a drought right now here across the state of Florida, and that this heightened wildfire risk is something that is going to last for months because of the drought we are in at the moment. And so they talked about staging resources at a number of different locations across the Sunshine State to better respond to fires as they break out, because there are dozens right now that are active across the state of Florida. That let me zoom out here on the Florida Forest Service map just to kind of show you. You can see a little bit better the full statewide picture there. Many of them in that kind of north central region of Florida, Clay and Putnam County, obviously, where that railroad fire is burning. You also see several in Alachua and a number of other counties as well. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. I want to get you live back inside this Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting where they are discussing the agreement between the county and ICE and the U.S. Marshals. We just heard a presentation from Public Safety Director Danny Banks, who was talking about the reimbursement rate, the reimbursement negotiations that have gone on to try to increase the rate that the county is reimbursed for holding ICE detainees at the jail. We are now hearing a presentation about some of the legal considerations here. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this conversation gets underway. And it could be very interesting once we start to hear commissioners ask questions here in just a few minutes.
With that, and it's important to note, the state has authority to enforce compliance under Section 908-107, and that's the removal section. They can suspend folks. They can go to court, get an injunction. There's also some enforcement mechanisms under 908.105, which talks about fines and that sort of thing. So what qualifies as a compliant agreement under state law? State law allows different types of agreements to satisfy the requirement. Acceptable agreements include the IGSA, which you've heard about today, which has been in place for several years. And then there's the BOA, or the BOA, which is the Basic Ordering Agreement. So if the county terminates the IGSA, it must enter into another agreement with ICE, again, based on the law. Ending the IGSA does not eliminate the county's obligation to house ICE detainees. So transition requirements under state law, the county must remain in continuous compliance with state law. Any replacement agreement with ICE must be in place before terminating the current IGSA. That would be best practice, obviously. Gaps in compliance could result in state enforcement action, certainly state scrutiny. So let's talk about 72-hour detention and what it means. We've talked about 72 hours and 48 hours. And so 72-hour time frame comes from ICE detention practices. It's not statutorily driven. It's not in the statute. It's their internal standards, and we get inspected pursuant to those standards. There are several jails in the state that are over 72 hours that are considered facilities that can house people longer than 72 hours. It is not a legal limit that independently governs release. Under the IGSA, ICE detainees are held as federal inmates under federal authority. The federal government assumes custody and the cost of detention, and the county does not independently release ICE detainees without federal direction or court order. Again, they're federal inmates at that point in time being paid by the federal government, or being paid for by the federal government. So let's talk about the BOA a little bit. The BOA provides short-term housing for ICE detainees up to 48 hours. The base reimbursement rate, as you've heard before, is, and we've talked about this in the past as well, $50 per detainee for a 48-hour period. The reimbursement is limited to 48 hours detention period. Additional funding available through state grants programs. We could get an additional $150 from state grants, which would get us up to $200 for 48 hours. That's a potential as long as there's grant money available. That's not a guarantee, by the way. So standard terms of BOA terms are structured around 48-hour detention periods. No payment will be made for any detention beyond 48 hours, and the service provider will not house the alien for longer than 48 hours under this BOA. And it also says services end when ICE personnel remove the individual, issues a new Form I-203, or after 48 hours of detention, whichever comes first. The extent to which detention may be extended beyond 48-hour period, I would tell you, is uncertain. I know we've heard a lot of comment today that said, you got to let them out after 48 hours. I would tell you, when you look at the law real closely and some of the interpretation, it may be a little bit more uncertain than that. So let's talk about habeas corpus a little bit. That's come up a lot too. It's a legal challenge to detention. Detainees may challenge the legality of detention through a habeas corpus petition. These challenges are reviewed by the court. The entity with physical custody, which is the county, is typically named in the petition because the habeas corpus means you have the body and we have the body. So they have to put our name on it, and when I say our name, it's the Chief of Corrections who's put on that, not only in these cases in federal court, but habeas petitions that are filed in state court as well. So who determines whether detention is lawful? The county reviews required documentation before accepting custody of ICE detainees. So we look at all the forms. They send in the I-203s, the I-200, and or 205, the I-247. We look at all that to make sure the paperwork is in order. The county does not independently make release decisions for ICE detainees. And so by that I mean there's case law that dictates.
Hearing a discussion right now from the county's attorneys talking about some of how this works, essentially the legal considerations, the process here. We are waiting to hear some of the questions from the commissioners and their discussion about all of this coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to go ahead and get this last break in this hour before we get to that period. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after that.
You're watching Fox 35 News, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Danny Banks, Public Safety Director, back up at the podium here as Orange County's Board of County Commissioners gets ready to discuss the county's agreement with ICE and U.S. Marshals Service. So let's go ahead and listen in.
And the termination of our IGSA in its entirety would result in the Orange County Jail no longer being able to support the DEA, the FBI, the other federal law enforcement agencies in the housing of their federal inmates. However, we would still be required by Florida law to uniquely house ICE immigrants under a BOA. Orange County administration, as I pointed out earlier, has negotiated a 42% increase to our current federal reimbursement rate, an amount that could equate to millions of dollars in additional reimbursement to Orange County on an annual basis for our role in housing all federal inmates. Orange County may uniquely terminate ICE as a participant under our IGSA. Subsequently, Orange County must enter a BOA agreement under which we will continue to house ICE detainees under a slightly reduced reimbursement rate. While operating under a BOA agreement, Orange County may be able to release ICE detainees after 48 hours of detention in our jail. And then lastly, while maintaining its legal obligation to house ICE detainees, Orange County will continue to assess the legal framework in Florida law governing ICE detention requirements. And that'll lead us into some final options for your consideration today. The first is to accept the new terms of the IGSA, the $125 a day reimbursement, but uniquely terminate the section of the IGSA pertaining to ICE immigrant detainees. This will enable us the opportunity to continue to support the housing of inmates who are charged with federal charges, the FBI, DEA examples I gave you. However, we would then transition to a BOA agreement with ICE under which we may be able to release ICE detainees after 48 hours in our jail. Second option for your consideration would be to accept the new terms of the IGSA in its entirety, gaining the best possible terms of reimbursement for our role in housing all federal inmates, including ICE. Concurrently, we could pursue all legal opportunities available to us to clarify our obligation to continue to support ICE-only immigrant detentions. If successful in any litigation, the county could exercise options to end our ICE-only immigrant detentions. And then a third option for your consideration would be to deny the new terms of the IGSA in its entirety and notify the U.S. Marshals Service of our intent to terminate our IGSA. We must give them 50 days advance notice of that action. The termination of the IGSA in its entirety will cause us to no longer house federal inmates charged with criminal offenses. However, Section 908-103 of Florida statute will still require our unique operation with ICE to house their inmates under a BOA agreement. And that will conclude our presentation, and we will certainly be available to take your questions.
All right. Danny, there was a slide about the basic ordering agreement and the rate of $50 per detainee for a 48-hour period, right? And that's not per day, right?
That's correct.
That's for a 48-hour period, which in and of itself, if it's $50 per detainee for a 48-hour period, which is less than what we would be getting now. So that doesn't quite make sense. However, the total potential reimbursement would be up to $200 for a 48-hour period, which would be $100 per 24-hour period, which is still less than what they have even at this point agreed to pay. So that doesn't make sense for us as well. So I just point that out. I know in our conversations we've discussed the potential for the state to go to this state fund to try to get additional dollars to cover a gap. But talk to the board about the mechanics and the peculiarities of that as well.
So great question, Mayor. So you're correct. The BOA agreement provides us, on its own face value, provides us $50 per inmate for a 48-hour period. The state does have that grant right now. That was only intended for 1 year. The state just extended it for another year. But through that state grant, we are entitled to get up to an additional $150 for that 48-hour period per inmate. So you're right, that would average out, as long as the state grant is available, that would average out to no more than $100 per day for those inmates. But once that grant expires, which now is destined for June of 2027, next year, once that federal or state grant is done, we would have to revert back to the only federal reimbursement we would have under a BOA, which would be $50 for the 48-hour period. We are currently receiving some funds or awaiting receipt of funds. This board will have to consider that in the next board meeting. For some supplement from the state grant right now, a reminder, we're at $88 in reimbursement under our IGSA. As a reminder, that state grant will only supplement you up to $100. So we have applied for and been acknowledged for receiving an additional $12 a day from the state funds, but they won't pay any higher than that $100 a day total mark average per inmate. And the IGSA, as has been negotiated now, would set a rate at $125 a day in reimbursement to us.
Okay. And through the board, since we're dealing with the federal government, through a BOA agreement, are we limited to $100, or is there a possibility to get the BOA negotiated to, I'm going to say 125 or more?
The BOA rate, the BOA agreement dictates the rate. It's not a negotiable rate. That's at $50 a day for a 48-hour period. The BOA agreement uniquely in and of itself doesn't speak to the state grant. There are many organizations across the nation that are under a BOA, and their state has no grant supplement. So the only advantage Florida has a supplement to the BOA, but only up to the level of $100 a day. There's no opportunity for us to proceed. If we're under a BOA, no opportunity for us to pursue anything higher than $100 a day average.
Okay. And we'll just kind of pivot to the comptroller a little bit here, because when we established the $180 a day, we elicited the assistance of the comptroller to kind of help define what that rate would be. And I asked the comptroller this question with full transparency. Is the rate $180, or is the rate potentially something less because of our variable costs? Okay, we have fixed costs associated with operating our jail, but then we have some variable costs. And when we computed with your assistance and our team, that rate of $180, is it, and I know when we deal with the federal government, you know, this is kind of like a moving target here, but is the variable cost, if we looked at our fixed costs and the variable costs, what do we actually have to get to meet that variable cost, okay, and the fixed costs? What is that rate? What is that? Because, you know, this is a conversation about, one, money. The other is it's a conversation about human rights and how people are treated who are immigration detainees. So I want to talk about the first part, the money, and then we'll talk about the human rights aspect. And now that, I'm not asking you to talk about the human rights. I'll go back to Danny there.
You have the right. You know, there's a lot. Thank you, Mayor. And there is a lot to unpack in that question, and really in the whole debate that we've heard, not just this morning, but really for some time now about this. And I'm not going to get into address the legality or even the morality of all this, but just confine myself to the numbers question that you asked. And you know, one thing when you start saying the cost is this or the cost is that, you're assuming a lot of facts. And you know, there's a lot of things that go into it. There's a lot of, I mean, you made a great point about fixed costs versus variable costs. And before I lose everybody in talking about fixed versus variable and what that means and how it all plays, is the short answer is you never know for sure, because it depends on a lot of things. Number one is who's sitting in the jail today. Are they there because of federal charges? Were they picked up locally? Is it somebody in there for a drunk driving charge? Is it somebody in there for immigration reasons? So you don't know, and you don't know what you're going to be reimbursed. As far as fixed costs, I mean, you have a jail there, and you have to pay to keep the lights on there, no matter what, whether there's 2 people sitting there or 3,300 people sitting there, you have to keep the lights on. You have to have a certain number of security guards. You have you'll have some private security there no matter what. As far as variable costs you're talking about, well, the most obvious one to me is food. The more inmates, the more food. Medicine, medical care, the more inmates, the more medical care you need. And I think that, that those are things that change on a daily basis. But if you're asking whether it could be less than 180, I think the answer is yes.
Okay, and kind of along the lines of, I'm going to say, the variable costs. You know, you opined on the medical costs, the health care. But correct me if I'm wrong, in our agreement, if there's a federal inmate that's in our care and custody that requires some extraordinary medical treatment, that our agreement requires the federal government to cover that cost.
So, Mayor, the IGSA that we are in currently, yes, that's true. So a federal inmate that's in our custody right now, if they require hospitalization, the federal government picks up 100% of that bill. My understanding of the BOA agreement, the BOA agreement does not say that. The BOA agreement is a short document. It only provides that we get $50 under that agreement to reimburse us for the 48-hour stay, and that we may have the opportunity to release them after 48 hours, but I don't believe that that BOA agreement speaks to medical cost reimbursement if that inmate is hospitalized. That's correct.
Okay, so I think all of those are considerations for the conversation, you know, the money conversations. But also, you talked about just the process of the criminal justice system. We got several branches of government that kind of plays in this, and one branch is the judicial branch that we don't control in terms of the courts making the decision that a person shall be detained, held in custody. We take direction from the courts that has a superior authority over us in that regard. Am I right about it?
You're correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so part of this conversation is that states mandating that local governments have to have some kind of agreement, either a BOA or an IGSA. And while there does not appear to be a scenario where we won't have any federal inmates, okay? Am I right about it?
That's correct.
Okay, because the state's mandating that we have to have an agreement, a BOA or IGSA, and the state's mandating that we have to cooperate with immigration and customs enforcement officials on detaining federal inmates.
ICE inmates, yes, sir.
ICE inmates, right? So one way or the other, we likely will have some ICE inmates because of federal law. Now, the other, or state law, I should say, the other issue is that we have to discuss is challenging the state law, okay? And that's part of what the good folk who have come here today has talked about is, okay, maybe Orange County needs to challenge the state law that requires us to enter into the BOA. And that's something for a conversation that we'll see where this takes us today. But if we were challenging the rate I'm just saying simply the rate that the federal government reimburses us, that challenge is in the federal system. It's a legal question. If we were just challenging the rate.
That's a little bit of the problem here is that the federal government is not requiring us to do anything, basically. It is the state. So, the question is, do we, after we would obviously have to research it, do we try to take a shotgun approach even though the federal government is not involved in requiring us to do anything? Or do we just limit any potential challenge to allegations against the state of Florida? I mean, I don't know the answer to that question today, but it would seem to me that it would be a challenge with the state because of the lack of the federal government's requirement that counties and cities participate in the enforcement.
Okay, so, I wanted to have some preliminary conversation so that we're all starting from the same position.
So before they get into some more of the discussion and the questions, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll get you right back to this Orange County meeting on the other side.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We are now hearing from some of the members of the commission. Commissioner Uribe asking a couple questions here just for clarification of things. Her question to the county attorney's office was about the 72 hours and what happens when that time is up for detainees who have federal charges. This is part of the ongoing conversation and the discussion that is going on right now about what the county should do about their agreements with ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Happened when ICE wasn't coming and picking up these individuals and transferring them, and they were staying longer, and essentially these individuals had to all file habeases to get out. So can you explain what did happen? Because if ICE wasn't coming, and I think this was in the beginning, where stays were a lot longer or taken away and brought back, and these kind of things that were taking place until that stopped.
Yeah, I think you're right. So the 72 hours, first of all, it doesn't seem like it's happening at this point anyway. It sounds like for the most part, I think the chief said there's been one individual, and that was court ordered by a federal judge. But so the habeas petitions from my awareness, right, and I've looked at some of these, it wasn't because of 72 hours. Again, that's not statutorily driven. The habeas petitions that I saw filed in federal court were because the attorney made a great argument and said ICE is arresting these folks under a separate statute under the U.S. Code, and he's arresting them, or they're arresting them as arriving aliens rather than present aliens. And there's a difference, right? There's different levels of due process, whether you're an arriving alien or whether you're an alien that's been here, a present alien. And so that's what they did, and they looked at that and they said, you know what, you have to let him out because you took him into custody as an arriving alien, and you have to let him out the door. And if you take them back into custody, so they recognized that they could take them back into custody. If you do that, then give them a hearing for a bond within, so many days.
Okay. Did we ever release anyone on our own at 72 hours?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I think, and I think part of the confusion was, right, because you got to look back at the 48-hour detention years ago, 10 years ago plus. When you look at the federal regulations, right, it says you have takes care of local charges. ICE has 48 hours to come pick them up. You give ICE 48 hours. And so what was happening is jurisdictions were getting sued for that because sometimes they house somebody that was, say, born in the United States. And so they depend on ICE to come within that 48 hours, and sometimes ICE wouldn't show up. And what they basically said is the local jails, the local jurisdictions have to do their due diligence in those cases. But that's before they started paying for folks. Once they start paying for folks, right, to house them, whether it's under an IGSA or whether it's under a BOA, now you're acting under the color of federal authority, and there's some coverage there.
Okay. Did we release anybody? There we go.
Did we release?
Yeah. Did we release anyone who was never transferred to a custom facility?
Yes. So we decided back in 2015 or so, we talked with the ACLU. We had some conversations with them.
2015, the year 2015?
Yeah, probably 10 or 11 years ago.
So, no, I'm talking about currently. Once this started taking place, how many people did we release who ICE did not pick up?
Yeah, I don't know that, and I don't know that they haven't picked up folks. So I'll have to get more information. I don't know that they haven't.
Well, we know that a lot of people had habeas, but did we ever release anyone from our facility back out to the public?
I don't believe so.
No, we have not released anyone back out to the facility short of a court order telling us to release them.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I was really trying to get to that because we were all under the impression that earlier. My other question is, why are we, this may be Danny, I don't know. Why are we taking, if every county has either a BOA or an IGSA, why were we taking individuals who were not from Orange County? And also, with this new agreement, if we end up going with option one, do we have to continue to take individuals from other counties in Orange County Jail?
Yes. So maybe two answers to your question. I think you understood. We have to have some sort, by state law, we have to have some sort of an agreement with ICE to house their detainees, either the IGSA or the BOA. There's nothing in either of those agreements or any other law that I'm aware of that prevents us from accepting an inmate who was arrested solely on ICE immigration charges in another county. There's nothing in the law that enables us the opportunity to say, no, you may not be booked here. Now, what Florida law provides is if they're charged with a state or local crime, any state or local crime, that can be open container, it can be robbery. If they're charged with a state or local crime, by Florida law, they must be booked into the county jail of the jurisdiction where they are arrested. But I'm not aware that there's anything that prevents, if ICE or someone acting on behalf of ICE arrests an individual in the state of Florida on an ICE-only charge, they may still book them directly into the Orange County Jail.
Even under the BOA agreement?
Yes. There's nothing in the BOA.
Do you know why they're being brought here from other counties to ours if every county has some sort of agreement?
Yeah, that I can't tell you. I mean, that's a logistical, that's between ICE and the Marshal Service, I can't get in either to their logistics or a prediction of their logistics for the future, whether we're under an IGSA or not. I don't want to mislead you all to think that we could be predictive of what ICE or the marshals may bring to our jail in the future. We simply don't have either control of that or knowledge of it.
And Chief Danny, not every county has a jail.
That's correct.
Okay. Some counties are not large enough to manage and operate their own jail, and they contract with other counties for those services. And so part of that is caught up in the middle of this situation as well. And then not every county has any capacity in their jail. I think when this was all started, the state worked with the sheriffs to gather data about the capacity of the jails, how many people were in the jails, and all of that. And then, and by the way, those counties like ours, where the jail was not operated by the sheriff, they really didn't get adequate information from us. And so, and then there was a really short period of time in which this decision was made by the governor and the state to actually implementing and executing the new law. That's kind of what happened. It happened very quickly.
Yeah, I understand that. Danny, I know you guys mentioned hospital stays. Those are reimbursed. What about medical costs? Somebody who needs dialysis, insulin, blood pressure medication, heart medication, is that also reimbursed, or is that something we incur ourselves?
So you gave a lot of variables there, but so
Anything but hospital,
under
I
the IGSA, if a federal inmate needs hospitalization, the federal government picks up 100% of that bill. Now, there are certain medical costs or medical provisions that we can do from the Orange County Jail, our Corrections Health Services, and we provide that. And we don't get reimbursement for that. But things like blood pressure medication, some of the things you mentioned. Now, I'm not a physician, so I don't know if certain things like dialysis or something necessitate going outside of our facility. But again, I'll summarize it this way. Under the IGSA, a certain and largely potentially the most expensive costs are covered under the IGSA. The BOA agreement does not speak to that. So it can be expected that if we go to the BOA agreement, it would be more costly to us, our Corrections Health Services, or even a hospital stay. That there's no part of that agreement that dictates the federal government pick up those costs.
My question was, if they don't have to go to the hospital, who's paying? We do?
One more time.
If they don't go to the hospital, if they just need medication,
yeah,
we cover that. So the federal government doesn't cover that.
Right. Now,
Okay.
granted, I'll offer you this. We're talking about an individual that under the BOA would only be with us for a 48-hour period.
May, because we saw
May.
that word
May.
underlined, May.
So largely, we would incur those costs for any medical care that they would need during the period in which they're with us.
Well, I know I've done many tours of the jail, and you guys have dialysis machines. So you're not sending people to the hospital for dialysis. You're clearly doing it on site, and that's an expensive treatment. So, we talked a lot, and granted, there was a lot of conversations about per day and how much increase and all that, but when somebody gets criminally charged, who reimburses it, or is that fully funded by taxpayer dollars? Outside of federal charges?
Well, for ease of the conversation, I'll say it's fully funded by taxpayer dollars. Now, there's sometimes during court proceedings where the court mandates defendants pay back for the cost of their incarceration and cost of prosecution and things like that. But yes, our jail's budget, our operational jail budget every year is funded by Orange County taxpayer dollars.
Right. I mean, I'm only speaking for myself, obviously, but I didn't think when we hold people, we're in the business of making money. These are individuals that we're housing on a regular basis. You guys carry, an average of 3,300 inmates. And I wanted to say that a majority of them are criminal-based. They're not immigration-based, whether it's federal or local. So I don't look at this question as in, we make money off this and that. I do want to make a note, just personally, I don't feel comfortable knowing if we didn't have an IGSA when we look at those federal offense criminal charge individuals and putting our correction officers in danger who may have to transport dangerous criminals to our federal courthouse. But I can't see, I do not believe in continuing the IGSA ICE part of it, but I do believe I would like to see the IG still stay in effect for our federal charges, but myself would like to see the ICE immigration portion removed and going to a BOA on that. And to me, I guess it's a half of a morality thought and a fiscal thought, but when I think of fiscally on the IGSA on federal crimes, I think of the safety of the men and women who have to transport them to a facility, because I know it doesn't make it easier if they're coming further and they're much more vulnerable transporting an inmate who could be of a federal, and I mean, you were very soft on that, but you're talking murderers, serial killers, everything else that is considered a federal crime to be putting our correction officers in danger. So I support option one, but I don't look at it as a financial gain or loss. I look at it as trying to do the right thing and seeing that the system is flawed. So thank you for all your work. Thank you for all the men and women who serve to give everyone, and I know we still have the best jail when it comes to that.
Bestjail.com, right? All right.
As that the discussion continues, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back, and when we do, we'll hear from Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this Orange County Commission meeting where we're hearing commissioners ask some questions as they consider their three options of what to do about their agreements with ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service, potentially making some changes, ending the Intergovernmental Services Agreement, and what all of this might look like. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
Receiving $12 a day under the IGSA. We could pursue, as mentioned, if we went to a BOA, we would pursue the additional $150 for a 48-hour period. But again, that's as best we could do under the BOA agreement, is take the $50 for the 48-hour period and also pursue the additional $150 for that 48-hour period, averaging out to 100. So ultimately, as long as the state grant is in place, we would realize about $25 less per day under a BOA than we would under an IGSA. And that's just a decision point for you all to make.
Okay. Next question. If we decided here to go with BOA, with option 1, can this be reversed or renewed if at 6 months or whatever months from here we notice that we are losing more money than we expected?
Yeah, so a BOA agreement or an IGSA is, and I know I'm not the attorney here, but they're an agreement. So they're an agreement between the county and another entity, which most of them entitle either party to end that agreement on convenience or with some advance notice. So yes, if we went to the BOA and for some reason or another, this board chose to go a different direction. Now remember, there's a state law that requires the county has one agreement or the other. So if you decided not to do a BOA, you would have to revert back to an IGSA. So you can't be in absence of any kind of an agreement.
So then that brings me to my next question. So if we go with option 1, right, is the negotiation that was made of 125 will still go with the rest? If we go BOA and we have IGSA with the rest?
Option 1 in front of you is to renew our IGSA agreement at the $125 rate, but uniquely exclude ICE from the IGSA. And then we would have to have a BOA with ICE, which we would enter.
Okay.
But it would be, again, renew the IGSA with the marshals at the new rate for all the other federal inmates, exclude ICE from it, enter a BOA with them. We get on average $100 a day right now, including the state grant, for the ICE immigrant detainees. And that's going the BOA option while maintaining an IGSA for all the other federal inmates.
And Mr. Bank, have you had any, conversation and so with ICE and how they feel about how we feel here in this local county?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Have you had any conversation or any contact with ICE in regards to what we are discussing here today and the negotiation?
Not uniquely, because quite honestly, that would be kind of irrelevant. I mean, I think ICE as an organization's preference would be to us to support them as widely and openly as we can. And I'm not sure to what degree you would welcome that input. So ICE, our partnership with the local ICE office is good. They've been responsive. They certainly were responsive to the mayor's letter on February 3rd. They've acted very quickly upon any action this governing board has taken, and I would expect they would do so if you made any adjustments to our agreement.
However, Danny, can you clarify just on the discussion is they had agreed to 125, but you have continued negotiating to get them up to at least what they're doing in Pinellas County, right?
So the Marshal Service, who negotiates the IGSA, the top rate they have offered us is $125 per day in reimbursement. And as I pointed out earlier, that's a 42% increase over what we had before. Pinellas is receiving a slightly higher, that 138, but the Marshal Service did not offer us 138. They offered us a top of 125 a day.
Okay, thank you. And my other question, if an inmate is taken into custody, right, but for the 48 hours, but they are being picked up before the 48 hours, do we still get paid the $50 for 48 hours?
So, yeah, I think the BOA says you get $50 for up to a 48-hour period. We would still get paid for us housing them for any period within that 48 hours.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then you said in the presentation several times, may be able to release. What does that mean exactly? If they are not removed in 48 hours, they stay and the clock start again?
So I'm going to let Scott speak to that because that's important. That may be released after 48 hours. There's a couple of important points I know he'll want to highlight.
And I thought this was just going to be simple questions. That may be the most complex question of the day, Commissioner.
Sorry.
That's all good.
I believe it's in the commencement of services section, Scott.
So in order to answer that, I think we need to kind of walk through a couple of the different agreements, right?
And it might be, Scott, it may be helpful, Scott, it may be helpful to place that, the language of the agreement on the overhead, if that's what you're going to walk through.
Yeah, I'd like to read it first off, if I could.
Okay.
So first, let's talk about the language in the BOA, because that came up today, right? So it does say, and then people pointed this out, for any order issued under the BOA, the rate will be fixed at $50 for up to 48 hours of detention. No payment will be made for any detention beyond 48 hours, and the service provider will not house the alien for longer than 48 hours under this BOA. That sounds great on its face, right? But if you look at the clause right above that, right, commencement of services, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read the last sentence. So it says, services end when properly identified ICE personnel remove the alien from the service provider's facility or issue another form I-203, which is the order to detain or release the alien, or after 48 hours of detention, whichever occurs first. Now that's important, right, because that language in there could mean that potentially they could restart the clock, and I'll tell you why I think that in a minute, but remember that language. And then I'm going to read you the WSO agreement we heard a lot about today, and incidentally, our WSO is simply folks that serve warrants in the jail. It's not folks that are out on the street. WSO are also folks that are 287G agreements are also folks on the street that can take ICE detainees in, state law enforcement, local law enforcement, if they go through the training. Our WSO folks are just serving warrants under the 287G. But if you look at the 287G, and now you look at Appendix A, and it says right here, it says, upon transfer of the alien's custody to ICE, the alien will continue to be held in the LEA's jail correctional facility for no more than 48 hours, right? It says, unless there exists an agreement pursuant to the absence of an agreement which the LEA will continue to detain. For reimbursable fees, aliens for immigration purposes, et cetera, in absence of the agreement, if the alien is not transferred to an ICE field office, then essentially detention will end at the 48 hours, right? They'll be released. But so the language in there I want to point out is, unless there exists an agreement pursuant to which the LEA will continue to detain, right?
Scott, I'm so
LEA.
sorry, what are you reading from?
Yeah, I'm reading from Appendix A of the 287G, the WSO agreement, sorry.
Okay. So I thought you just said the WSO agreement.
Well, this was raised, right? So there are two issues raised, right? I think someone mentioned, and I think it might have been your attorney or someone had an attorney that showed up and they argued language from both the BOA and language from the 287G, which is our WSO. So I wanted to point out those two things, all right?
So, Counsel, but in slide 26, it says no payment will be made for any detention beyond 48 hours, and the service provider will not house the alien for longer than 48 hours under this BOA. So do we still need a court order for a BOA for an inmate to be released?
So the question is, can they restart the clock? That's the question, right?
Yes.
Can ICE restart the clock for another 48 hours, right? So we've got language and it says unless there's an agreement, another agreement in place, right? So a lot of people look at that and say, well, that's the IGSA agreement, obviously, right? But it may not be the IGSA agreement, and that's where the difficulty is, right? So when you look at, and I'm going to read something from, this was an ICE news release, and this is back in 2018, beginning of 2018. And what it was is, and back to my point about, detainers and that sort of thing, the 48-hour detainers, what was happening is local jurisdictions were getting sued because they may not have released someone who should have otherwise been released. So back in the beginning of 2018, ICE entered into BOA agreements with 17 different counties in Florida. And those BOA agreements, this was before state law required them, right? State law that required the BOA kicked in 2019. But so 2018, they entered into a BOA agreement with 17 different counties throughout the state. It included Pinellas, Hillsborough, I think Polk, Monroe, a couple other ones, obviously. And so when you look at that ICE press release that they sent out that day, they said, A BOA is not a contract, but rather is a set of terms negotiated between an agency and a service provider that contains a description of services to be provided. Okay? And they said participating jurisdictions are considered service providers and house detainees upon ICE's issuance and their acceptance of a Form I-203. That's what that said. And it's important to know that because now the National Sheriff's Association put out a basic ordering agreement, key points and facts. And what they said, and this was based on the BOA, they said, again, reflected that, right? The position that a BOA is not a contract. And then they went on to say each individual order on a BOA constitutes the contract. So the BOA itself is a pre-agreement, is what they're saying. And that aligns with federal law, by the way. This BOAs that are used for all sorts of procurement issues. So a BOA is a pre-agreement, right? And the actual contract is when ICE says, hey, you know, sends the I-203 and says, we want this person, we're going to pay you $50 for it. So my point is, the question is, could ICE restart the 48 hours by issuing another I-203 and kick it in again? Because they're claiming that's the contract. That's the agreement, not the IGSA.
That's the issue. That's the issue, yeah.
Some complex questions and details, nuances in the agreements as the Orange County Commission considers what to do and weighs what to do about its agreements with ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service. We're going to take another quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll get you back to this meeting, this discussion on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Some more questions for the legal staff from the county attorney's office about these agreements and how they kind of play out, what some of the circumstances and situations could be that the county would find themselves in if they decide to make changes to their current agreements with the ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service when it comes to holding detainees, federal inmates at the jail in Orange County. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Moore.
Okay, so I'm back to the difference between option 1 and number 2. It's, if I'm understanding this correctly, Danny, clearly if we were just looking this on a fiscal issue, money alone, then the IGSA pays more than the BOA. But what I hear is the concern, obviously there's the whole emotional, is this right on a federal issue, but where I'm a little unclear is this 48 hours versus the 72 hours. Where does the inmate have the most due process? Where do we have the most control between the BOA at the 48 hours and the IGSA at the 72 hours?
So, good question, Commissioner. So, under the BOA agreement on ICE inmates, that potentially limits their amount of time in our jail to 48 hours. If none of those other actions occurred, as Scott pointed out, within that 48-hour period, it may give us the opportunity to release that individual. So that would be the advantage to the BOA. The potential disadvantage to the BOA is that Orange County would receive slightly less reimbursement for housing that individual during that 48-hour period than we would under an IGSA. Under the newly negotiated IGSA rate, we get $125 a day. Under the BOA rate, with the state supplement, we average about $100 a day.
I thought it was $50 a day. It's $100 a day with the state reimbursement fund?
It's $50 a day under the BOA. It's an additional $150 with the state supplement.
50 for the 48 hours.
For the 48 hours, I'm sorry. $50 for 48
Right, but I'm
hours.
comparing, but we need to compare the same length of time. So it's $125 a day with the IGSA.
Under the IGSA.
With the BOA, it's $50.
for a 48-hour period.
So it's $25.
$25 a day.
It's $25 a day, but we can get to the 100 with the state fund for a year.
With the state grant fund that now goes through June of 2027.
So that would get us to so $100 a day with the state fund versus $125 versus
Correct.
the IGSA.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then, also in number 2, it seemed, and maybe this can be changed around, but the very last sentence that you have on option 2, it says, if successful in any litigation, the county could exercise options to end our ICE-only immigration detentions, yet that's not mentioned in option 1. Can you tell me why?
So that's just a reference to, the sentence before that, with the concurrently pursue all legal opportunities. Clearly, right now, the county has taken no legal action to pursue any litigation on this matter. This is just a mention that we could, the county, you all could direct to take legal action on any of these causes, independent of any of these causes. But the reference there was that if the county pursued any legal action and won, such that a win would be we're no longer required to house any ICE inmates, then we could end any agreement that we have in any regard. But, good point, Commissioner. We could also choose that as part of option 1 or as option 3 as well. If the board directs they want to direct the county attorney's office in pursuing litigation, that's a matter you could direct them at.
And that litigation's against the state?
I'll defer that to the attorneys, but I think that's what they were discussing earlier, who that would be.
Well, I was trying to understand why that was only in option 2, and we hadn't really discussed that as much today. I know that the advocates certainly have talked about that for 6 months about, okay, they kept saying file the lawsuit, so I'm assuming that's kind of what they're talking about is in item 2. Yeah. Okay, Jeff. So yes, the question was, to restate, was, yeah, and option 2 one is talking about a lawsuit. Who is that lawsuit against?
I think I said a little earlier that it, in all likelihood, is against the state.
Yeah.
But, we'll do our research and figure out whether or not we might be able to bring the feds in with it too.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm not sure I'm in favor of that piece of it, but I was trying to understand. Okay, well, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. I really want to thank, obviously, everybody that was here today and the importance of this discussion. It's crazy to think all these months later, we're kind of right back here talking about what my very first request was, which was to pull the ICE part of the IGSA so that we could continue to do the criminal justice portion of that agreement. We understand that there is a purpose for us having a relationship with the federal criminal justice courthouse here and understanding that process if the numbers are correct, what we're hearing is that the reimbursement that you've negotiated and will continue to negotiate would potentially make up some substantial difference in what may be an impact from some other laws. I think my question, looking at the way that the framing of the reimbursement analysis was a percentage from where we are now. And then looking at Pinellas, who you said we're very similarly situated with, that theirs is higher. It gets them a little closer to being whole. And actually, you know what, let me rewind for a second. There was an individual who spoke this morning who said we're putting a price on a person. That is not the case. This is about making sure that we have an opportunity to have oversight in every way possible of what's being imposed upon Orange County's resources. If Orange County's resources are being pulled in one space, there's another space where something's missing. So just know there's not a high enough dollar number for us to ever get to for that to be an okay statement. But we have opportunities when it comes to negotiating, and we have opportunities when it comes to seeing what the best possible scenario would be for our citizens. And so that's what this conversation is. Okay, so I'm sorry, sidebar, rewind. The Pinellas, it looks like, got a smaller percentage increase because they were already to some extent in the ballpark. What happened, since we've had this agreement, the IGSA and all of its components at least, in process for how many years, since the 80s, right? What process is in place to make sure that we're catching up with whatever those cost changes are? Because it looks like if we had 10 years ago renegotiated, that this wouldn't be such a huge gap now, right? This 40% is because we haven't had a change in how many years? Is there a process to update that along the way?
Well, certainly, I think this board could direct to renegotiate any contract at any time, whether that's automatically every 3 years, every 5 years, any amount of time. To the Pinellas County reference, Commissioner, I can't answer why Pinellas County got 138 versus our offer of 125. I challenged
because they came from a higher number, though, is what I'm saying. So I don't know what the timeline is, right, where they started, but that last increase was because they were coming from a higher.
They were previously at $118 a day, and they went to 138.
Right.
And they realized a 17% increase over their last.
But it sounds like we're behind, is what I think my point is, right? Because if it was a 18.
This conversation continuing in Orange County right now, as it has for a while now. A number of questions about the implications, the fallout of some potential changes to the agreements that are in place with ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service. We're going to keep monitoring this. We are going to take a break here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll come back at the top of the hour, welcome in our TV audience. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. A number of other things we are also continuing to monitor at this 2 o'clock hour. So we'll get into all of that coming up.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. A number of things that we are monitoring at this 2 o'clock hour. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where there have been a number of questions and a lot of discussion so far about the status of the county's agreements with ICE and with the U.S. Marshals Service. Been getting in the weeds of some of those details and what it might look like to change. Make some changes to those agreements. So that conversation we've been listening in on, we will continue to monitor that. Let me also give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill, a look inside the U.S. House Ethics Committee hearing room, where shortly we expect to see a member of Congress from South Florida, Representative Sheila Sherphillis McCormick, walk inside, and this is her sanctions hearing. You may remember last month she went through an ethics trial in front of this ethics committee that convicted her of a couple of dozen counts alleging violations of the House ethics rules. She is facing federal charges as well over allegations that she stole millions of dollars in federal disaster money and used it to benefit her campaign. She faces possible expulsion from the House. We'll get a little bit better of an idea coming up shortly about the punishment that she might face in the House and kind of what all that means, some of the ramifications of that as well. So we'll be keeping an eye and listening in on that coming up in just a little bit as well. But we start this afternoon with a look at space and questions over NASA's process of working with contractors to develop a next generation spacesuit, and concerns from a report from NASA's Inspector General that questions whether those next-gen spacesuits would be ready in time for NASA's current timeline of lunar landings in 2028. And so Fox 35's Esther Bauer joins us live now via Zoom. Esther, I know this is something that you've been talking with some of your space sources about today. And so what's the takeaway? What are we learning here about the status of these spacesuits and what the fallout is from that?
Well, Garrett, it feels like NASA's been on this high since Artemis 2 went off so perfectly. Everyone's been talking about that mission, the great success it was. But this new report is kind of bringing NASA back down to earth and really sounding the alarm on spacesuits. And they've been working on these spacesuits, which I found striking. I didn't know, for 20 years, 2 decades, NASA has been trying to revamp spacesuits that they've been using now since 1970. They've spent more than $3.1 billion. And now the Inspector General is saying, we have major fears. They are not going to be ready in time for the Artemis future missions, which NASA's new admin is ramping up. We're talking about a lunar lander docking next year. We're talking about a landing after that. And the Inspector General is saying the plan you're doing right now is not working. So what we know is that there were initially 2 contractors that had bid to make the spacesuits. One of those contractors fell off the map early. They said, look, we actually can't do that. So now NASA is just relying on one private company, the Axiom Space Company, to build the spacesuits. And right now they are way, way behind on the timeline. They should actually be testing, really having those spacesuits done by this year. This Inspector General report says, based on the delays that we've seen so far, they are not thinking these spacesuits would be done until 2031. That is way later than what NASA was hoping for. And another kind of red flag that the report really brings out is the fact that right now this is a fixed plus contract. So that's good for people that pay taxes, because what it ultimately means is the government puts a cap on how much these private companies can spend. They're not just an open wallet of, oh, you want more money, here's some more. But what they're seeing with this, since this is so, like you said, next gen, new, something we really haven't seen changed in decades, these private companies need some more resources. They can't have that pressure of, okay, I only have this amount of money. I need to try and see if this would work better. I need to make some changes doing this. And that cap on the funds could be restricting the companies from doing what they need to do going forward. So we did talk with some space researchers who do have some thoughts on how NASA can get back on track with these suits.
So those environments are very different for spacesuits, and unfortunately, they kind of try to make it a generic jack-of-all-trades suit, and the development effort demonstrated that there was a lot more here than maybe, unfortunately, NASA anticipated. Making them as separate suits is the way to go, because they're just, unfortunately, it's a different environment. It's sort of like, making a swimsuit and a ski suit and trying to make them both. And it's just not, unfortunately, feasible.
So with all of the
And so what he's really talking about is trying to make separate suits. So we have separate suits for the space station, and we would have separate suits for the lunar landing. That could help NASA maybe tone down all that one suit could do, and they could focus in on, okay, if we're trying to get to the moon right now, let's really get a suit made for that, and we can work on the ISS rated suits in a different way. But something we're going to have to track for sure, because Garrett, we know NASA isn't slowing down on the timeline to go back to the moon, but the reality is they will not be anywhere closer to getting to the moon if they don't have suits. That is a lifeline for astronauts. They have to have those. They have to work. They have to be ready to go. So are we going to see the Axiom Space Company ramp up what they're doing, get them done quicker, or could we see other contractors, SpaceX, Blue, could other companies say, okay, if this company's struggling, do I have anything that I can offer that could maybe speed this up? And could I steal this contract from them going forward?
Really interesting, Esther. And the last thing we would want to see is more delays in this and more things, more issues with this ongoing process. It's going to be interesting to watch. And we appreciate you joining us to kind of talk about everything that we know right now.
Yes, and I do want to let you know the Axiom Space, they did respond to this report. They just that a few hours prior, and they were talking about they are ready to get these suits done for 2027 and 2028. So they are saying this report does not do them justice, and they are confident they are going to meet the timelines going forward.
All right, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We are tracking breaking news here on Florida Live as we prepare for that House Ethics meeting and sanctions hearing going on. We have gotten word of resignation from Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, just announcing that on social media. Here's the statement. Meanwhile, this hearing is getting ready to get underway. Let's see what the chairman has to say as these developments just come out.
April 21st, 2026. It is addressed to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Speaker, I hereby resign my office from the 119th Congress as representative from Florida's 20th Congressional District, effective Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, 1:30 p.m. It has been an honor of my lifetime to serve the people of my district, and I remain proud of the work we have accomplished on behalf of our communities. After careful reflection and prayer, I have concluded that it is in my best interest and the interest of my constituents and the institution that I step aside at this time. I remain committed to supporting a smooth transition and ensuring a continuity of service for the district. Signed, sincerely, Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, Member of Congress. In light of Ms. McCormick's resignation earlier today, the Committee on Ethics has now lost jurisdiction in this matter. There will not be a sanctions hearing. I would like to thank the committee staff who are with us today for their 2.5 years of hard work in this matter. I will tell you that the committee has worked diligently to investigate this matter, that this was not a rush to judgment as some would claim, that this was a very deliberate process to gather information into allegations that were extremely serious and extremely complicated. There were multiple witnesses that were spoken to over a 2-year period. There were tens of thousands of documents that were subpoenaed, gathered, and reviewed. And throughout this process, Ms. McCormick, who has now resigned from Congress, had multiple ample opportunities to present exculpatory evidence to the committee and to address the committee both by way of a voluntary statement and then also to comply with the subpoena that was issued in this case. So I would like to thank the staff. I would like to thank the investigative subcommittee that worked so hard on this matter. Before we conclude, I would like to recognize the ranking member for any statements that he may have.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to agree with everything you've just said, and I'm proud to be associated with this committee. Nobody's happy. I don't think any of us are happy at what we've gone through, but I am extremely proud of being associated with all of you, and I'm grateful for the hard work and the diligence of the staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, in light of the resignation of Ms. McCormick, and now that this committee has now lost jurisdiction, this hearing is now adjourned.
No sanctions hearing because we should note that the House Ethics Committee only has jurisdiction over sitting members of Congress. And so for a little perspective here, that's actually one main reason that it is believed that the two recent resignations, that's Eric Swalwell and Congress member Gonzalez as well, two of the reasons that they are believed to have gone ahead and resigned when they did was to likely to prevent a House ethics probe and that long process from continuing. And so the resignation today from Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick puts an end to those probes. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, just last month she was already convicted on a couple of dozen charges in the House ethics trial that was held and faced potential and, depending on who you heard, maybe even likely expulsion, which is not something that has happened very often, not something that has happened in a while. And so this kind of puts an end to that as she resigns from Congress effective immediately. We heard the chairman of that committee read her resignation letter as well. And that resignation is effective immediately. So the question now is kind of the fallout from this and what this means for another member of Congress here in Florida that's also facing similar scrutiny as well. So we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit with Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, scheduled to join us later in the show. So stay tuned for that. So we are continuing to track the breaking news this afternoon off Capitol Hill as a member of Congress from South Florida resigning amid that ongoing corruption probe. And we should note as well that she is facing federal charges. So that has not ended. That is still continuing. That process still ongoing. Her federal trial was scheduled to start this week, but a judge delayed that. It's now scheduled to begin in February. So right now we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It's a time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, an 18-year-old minor league baseball player has been arrested in connection with a deadly hit-and-run crash that happened yesterday morning on I-75 in Manatee County. We're told that the Florida Highway Patrol has arrested Jonathan Matos Morales. He is from Cocoa, and he has been charged with vehicular homicide and leaving the scene of a crash involving a death. Investigators say this began early yesterday morning when a dark-colored Ford Mustang was seen weaving through southbound traffic near State Road 64. Troopers report that the Mustang sideswiped a Chevy Trailblazer, causing that vehicle to veer into the path of a semi-tractor trailer. Now, the force of that collision caused the tractor trailer to overturn and block all of the southbound lanes. The driver of the semi has been identified as 34-year-old Stevan Albert Facey of New Smyrna, and he died at the scene. Family members say he was a hard worker and the father of 4. The driver of the Trailblazer only suffered minor injuries. Now, troopers say Matos Morales stopped briefly after the crash before leaving the scene. He was later apprehended after the Atlanta Braves organization discovered the damaged Mustang at their facility and alerted authorities. The Braves have issued a statement saying they are fully cooperating with the investigation, and they have expressed their condolences to the victim's family. And as of right now, Garrett, this crash still remains under investigation.
All right, and next, Nancy, we know the Attorney General was in Tampa today, and he had a big announcement that he made there.
Yes, State Attorney General James Uthmeier, he was in Tampa, and he announced that the state is launching a criminal investigation into OpenAI and its chatbot, ChatGPT. Now, Uthmeier stated that his office has been reviewing several harms allegedly linked to the technology, including increases in self-harm as well as child pornography. A primary driver of this investigation is last year's shooting at Florida State University. Uthmeier revealed that a review of the shooter's communications with ChatGPT showed the chatbot provided advice on weapon selection, ammunition, and even tactical planning for the shooting, including the best time and location on campus to encounter the most people. Under Florida law, those who aid, abet, or counsel someone in the commission of a crime can be considered a principal in the first degree. Uthmeier noted that if a human had provided this guidance, they would be facing murder charges. He emphasized that while this is a bot and not a person, the corporation behind it may still face criminal liability for its conduct. The Attorney General announced that his office is issuing subpoenas seeking internal policies and training materials from March 2024 through April 2026. The investigation will focus on how OpenAI handles user threats, self-harm, and its cooperation with law enforcement. Uthmeier stated that they intend to determine if leadership knew about these dangers and chose to prioritize profit over safety. While Uthmeier acknowledged that OpenAI has indicated a need for changes to their platform, he maintained that AI should not be advising people on how to harm others. The company has until May 1st to respond to the state's subpoenas as the investigation into the company's culpability remains ongoing. Garrett?
And we do have a statement that we just got into our newsroom from OpenAI and ChatGPT saying, quote, last year's mass shooting at Florida State University was a tragedy, but ChatGPT is not responsible for this terrible crime. After learning of the incident, we identified a ChatGPT account believed to be associated with the suspect and proactively shared this information with law enforcement. We continue to cooperate with authorities. In this case, ChatGPT provided factual responses to questions with information that could be found broadly across public sources on the internet, and it did not encourage or promote illegal or harmful activity. ChatGPT is a general-purpose tool used by hundreds of millions of people every day for legitimate purposes. We work continuously to strengthen our safeguards, to detect harmful intent, limit misuse, and respond appropriately when safety risks arise. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes from that ongoing investigation. Meanwhile, finally, in our Tampa connection here, Nancy, this is a big announcement, a big grant that's going to do a lot of good for a nonprofit organization in the Bay Area.
Yes, the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay received a $35,000 grant from the Suncoast Credit Union Foundation, and these funds are specifically earmarked to cover the cost of sexual assault exams for teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17. Now, last year alone, the center performed 50 of these exams for local teenagers. The Crisis Center remains the only facility in Hillsborough County that offers this service to anyone 13 and older. The center works closely with local law enforcement to conduct the examinations and process essential DNA evidence. Now, while the facility receives various forms of government funding, gaps in their budget do remain. And according to President and CEO Clara Reynolds, each exam costs between $1,700 and requires significant staffing and medical resources. Reynolds says the grant is vital because it relieves the pressure of finding those funds elsewhere to cover such a core service. The center prides itself on providing a comforting environment for these teenagers, moving away from the sterile hospital settings to ensure that the patient has the staff's undivided attention. These exams are also critical for the legal system, as evidence gathered by the center is often used in court to help seek justice for the survivors. The Crisis Center of Tampa Bay operates out of its main site in North Tampa, and then they have a second location down in Ruskin. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection today.
Thank you.
I've got the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me live now. And Noah, it's a shame that it's such a beautiful day out there. The temperatures, all of it, it feels great.
It was chilly this morning. I don't know how early you were up this morning. It was actually kind of chilly.
I had my windows open last night. It felt great, refreshing. But we also know we're tracking not just risk of wildfires, but a number of active wildfires as well.
And it's really now through like 8 o'clock that if they're going to get going here, they are. And actually, we've got one that just popped up in the Palm Bay area, so tracking that within the last couple of minutes. But also, there's a new really big fire just west of Ocala. So here is the live satellite, the high-res satellite, and I've turned off all the town labels and things. And I do want you to notice, I try to clear it all up so you can see this on the screen here. Those are the 4 massive fires. Now, the one up in South Georgia is like crazy. It's almost 10,000 acres, and it's not contained at all. It has been burning for days. You see that really dense plume of smoke going across the I-10 corridor. So this is the newest big fire. It's about 30 miles due west of Ocala. This is only a 30-minute loop. So this went from nothing to a really big fire in 30 minutes. So if you're west of Ocala by Denellum, south in Chiefland, we're looking at a big new fire. You can see the smoke plume there going south and again. But rain over the next, 2 weeks is very minimal. There's going to be a lot of rain around Florida, but not a lot really to help the drought. I mean, there's a chance of a pop-up shower here and there, but there's really not much. This is up in Cross City, kind of near where that fire is, just west of Ocala. I showed you some of that smoke muting the sky. And rain by month, we're going to get rain at some point. We're still in the dry season, which is really October through May. The rainy season here is June through September. It's going to still be a little bit till we get into the rainy season. What we need to get into the rainy season is a lot of humidity. We need the water temperatures of the ocean to be in the 80s. We're nowhere near that, and the whole atmosphere's got to be more humid. So it's still going to be a while till we get big relief. And so far this year, Garrett, we've had 1,500 fires and over 100,000 acres burnt in Florida. But we'll be watching things close through the rest of the day.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. When we come back, continuing to track the breaking news from Capitol Hill this afternoon is the resignation of South Florida member of Congress Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. So keep it right here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now at the U.S. Capitol, Washington, D.C. We're continuing to track the breaking news this afternoon as Congresswoman Sheila Phyllis McCormick announces her resignation amid an ongoing ethics probe in the House that has now come to an end upon her resignation. But she is still facing federal charges and an upcoming trial in all of this as well. And so joining me live now to talk about this and break down the breaking news this afternoon, we've got Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, joining us live now via Zoom. And Kimberly, we appreciate you joining us. A little bit of a surprise to hear resignation at this point in the process, I think.
I was very surprised. Up until last night, Representative Phyllis McCormick was submitting letters from supporters saying that they thought now was the wrong time to be throwing her out of Congress because her seat is one that Governor Ron DeSantis has specifically called out for redistricting consideration. And it looks like the support just wasn't there. It seemed as though Democrats up in the House were ready to vote to expel her if that's in fact what the Ethics Committee had decided to do. And I guess we'll never know because now she has resigned on her own. She did not admit wrongdoing. She said that she thought the process was unfair and that she, no longer wanted to be a part of it.
And so what's the fallout from this, Kimberly? What's the kind of ripple effect here?
Well, a few things. First of all, I think it's important for people to know that this seat is going to be remaining empty. The timeline just doesn't allow for the governor to call a special session, get someone in that seat, get them elected, et cetera. So that's going to be vacant, most likely. And then there's also going to be more pressure on Representative Corey Mills, who similarly is facing an ethics investigation, has been for months. And so Democrats are going to be putting the pressure then to say, okay, one of ours has left. Now it's up to him to leave too. There was an expulsion resolution that was filed by Nancy Mace from South Carolina. I don't know what the support is for Corey Mills, but I can tell you that the Republicans want to maintain as much of their majority as possible. And right now there's such a small majority that they have that it would be very hard for them to, probably get the support to get him out. But then again, it depends what the ethics investigations ends up showing. And if there's more bad news that trickles out about him. I mean, we've seen report after report. There was body camera footage this past weekend that the Washington Post reported out. And so it could basically build up to more support for having him leave Congress as well.
And Kimberly, we're showing there, you mentioned Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who just tweeted a few minutes ago, quote tweeting the resignation statement from Congresswoman Phyllis McCormick and saying another one down, one more to go, ostensibly referencing Corey Mills. I do want to pull up a couple statements as well. This is from the Florida Republican Party chair saying Sheila Phyllis McCormick didn't step down. She's resigned in disgrace. The allegations that she diverted millions in taxpayer-funded COVID relief for personal and political gain are a blatant abuse of power and a betrayal of public trust. This is what happens when Democrats refuse to hold their own accountable. Standards collapse and the truth comes out too late. Floridians deserve better, and they won't forget this in November. Meanwhile, the state Democratic Party chair saying now it's Corey Mills' turn to resign, bringing up the allegations against him, saying he faces an ethics complaint. Members of both parties have both called for Corey Mills to be expelled. That says it all. He spent more time fighting substantiated allegations of abuse than fighting for Floridians. Enough is enough. Kimberly, I'm curious what the dynamic is, what you think the dynamic is now, because we have seen, specifically with the Corey Mills situation, kind of flying under the radar because of some of these other ones. Does he now kind of lose some of that cover that he may have had before, now that these other situations, these other embattled members of Congress are, kind of clearing the way for more attention to be focused on the ongoing probe in his case?
Well, this whole exercise has been a sort of tit for tat, right? When you first saw Swalwell resign, they also got Gonzalez to resign, the two other House members, who left last week. And so this does give Democrats another talking point at the very least. It also gives the Democratic campaign arm a way to then turn to all of the Republicans who are running for re-election in Florida, House members who are in the majority, and to say, okay, where do you stand on this? And they're going to be asked repeatedly where they stand on their colleagues, whether they should be expelled from Congress or not. And so that just adds, just another difficulty for those members who are already in a difficult environment for Republicans. It's typical for the White House's party, right, to struggle during the midterms. People are very upset about affordability, et cetera. And Democrats are trying to run on this anti-corruption message. And so it does give them that leverage, yes, to put on the pressure for reporters to be asking questions, to constantly be asked about this. And so it's not going to be a welcome development all around, but it is going to put pressure on him for sure.
And so you talk about the vacancy in the Sherphyllis McCormick seat now. So what happens next? What does the race look like to replace her?
Okay, so a couple of things to know right off the bat. First of all, this will probably get redistricted. So the lines might look very different. Right now, it's a very safe blue seat. And so knowing that, first of all, the election would be happening for the general election. It would not be, a special election or anything of that sort. But knowing that it's a safe blue seat, there have already been a lot of Democrats who've lined up to compete in this seat. Now, I was just looking at their new fundraising, which came in a couple days ago, and it hasn't been that aggressive. We have Dale Holness, who's a Broward mayor, who's definitely in the lead. We have Luther Campbell, also known as Uncle Luke, the rapper, who also didn't fundraise that much, only about $26,000, loaned his campaign a good chunk of cash as well. Elijah Manley, who's an activist in the area, who actually flew up to D.C. to stand in the background while Sherphyllis McCormick was undergoing her ethics hearing, is also in the race. And so I'm interested to see, if there's some sort of coalescing around a specific candidate, if any new candidates get in the race. I think that'll also be very interesting. And I'm hoping to head up there either this week or next to, kind of ask around and see what the appetite is. I mean, this is a seat that's going to go without representation for a while. And, they've had to deal during this time of representation. They've also had to deal with, a lot of questions about someone legally and ethically and so forth. And so just to get a sense of what those constituents are going through, I think will be really interesting. So that's my plan for what's up next.
Yeah, and you make a good point about, their representation. That was kind of the main argument in those letters you mentioned that were filed in support of her, saying we don't want our district to go without a voice right now, and urging them not to support expulsion for her. And then now she resigned. So just the bottom line for us, kind of the takeaway amid all of the craziness of this last hour and tracking this breaking news, what you make of it.
Yeah, well, another thing I want to add, too, is that Sherphyllis McCormick was the only Haitian member of Congress as well. And as you know, there's been a lot of actions toward Haitian immigrants where she was a very outspoken voice on preserving TPS, on, helping Haitian communities. And so that voice is lost here. Look, bottom line is that this isn't going to stop being an issue. This is something that will, unless Cory Mills also resigns, this is something that is going to continue to go on. And Sherphyllis McCormick's story also remains up in the air because she isn't going to trial until February 2027. It was supposed to be this week. It's been pushed back. It's going to be extremely complex. There's millions of documents. And so what happens to her next is a big question mark because she's still going to face these allegations. And so I'm interested to see if she's going to be trying to endorse someone else, if she's going to be staying in the race, what her voice is going to be like from here on out, and watching what happens with this district in the state, which is, again, one of the few Democratic districts, and how the lines will be redrawn. I mean, the drama is really, this is a big development, but it's really just beginning here.
All right, Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get delivered into your inbox every morning. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on what has been a busy afternoon here, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Continuing to track and also on Fox 35 as well. Continuing to track a lot of things happening live right now and throughout the afternoon here. We appreciate you joining us. Want to get you live to Capitol Hill right now, where we are hearing some remarks from Senate Democratic leaders speaking right now about a number of topics as they speak in this news conference live right now. So let's go ahead and listen in for a couple of minutes.
H.R. 1 are going to greatly reduce the revenues for rural clinics and rural hospitals. No, this violation of the norms is not being done to address the cost of housing in America. Imagine the way that we could address the housing shortage in this nation with this kind of funding. So not for health care, not for housing, not for education, not for the foundations for American families, but for secret police, for enhancing the ability to have mass roundups of dark-skinned individuals in the United States of America, the expansion of the secret police enterprise. Not one reform has been done by the Republicans, not getting rid of the mass, not requiring that you would have to have a warrant to knock down a door, not stopping the unmarked uniforms or the unidentified vans, not stopping the detainments in which individuals have extraordinary difficulty reaching a family member or reaching an attorney. This is the wrong direction for America, and think about this. They already have funded CBP and ICE. Why do I say that? Because at this moment, as I stand here right now, Out of the $75 billion that was appropriated last year in H.R. 1, $63 billion of it is unobligated. Of the $65 billion that were conveyed to Customs and Border Protection last year, at this moment as I stand here, 40 billion of that is unobligated. So 63 billion.
Senate Democratic leaders speaking live right now on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, I want to play just a small portion for you of an interesting hearing earlier today. The Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on the Arctic frost investigation, where they say that the FBI had targeted phone records of Republican members of Congress as a part of an investigation that the Biden DOJ was looking into Trump's challenging of the 2020 election result. And one of the witnesses of that is a Florida resident, a Miami native, Daniel Epstein, who's a law professor at St. Thomas University, who spoke in this hearing earlier today on Capitol Hill.
Chairman Schmidt, Ranking Member Welch, and distinguished members of the Subcommittee on the Constitution. President Donald Trump overcame the most vindictive weaponization of the justice system against an American leader in our nation's history. Partisan operatives sought to destroy him through a coordinated campaign of lawfare that began long before 2020 and reached its peak under the Biden administration. This subcommittee confronts the undeniable evidence of that assault, laid bare in the whistleblower documents, letters, and productions released by Chairman Grassley. These records expose Operation Arctic Frost, the Biden FBI's internal code name, for its sweeping dragnet targeting the entire Republican political apparatus and the America First movement. This committee's documents reveal a biased FBI election interference investigation that involved hand-picked partisan agents to carry out a political agenda. Attorney General Garland, Deputy Attorney General Monaco, and FBI Director Wray personally signed off on this inquiry on April 4th, 2022. This became the foundation for Special Counsel Jack Smith's election interference indictment of President Trump on August 1st, 2023. Smith issued at least 197 grand jury subpoenas, ensnaring more than 400 Republican organizations, individuals, and lawmakers, including America First Legal itself, an organization that did not even exist on January 6, 2021. The subpoenas invaded donor lists, financial records, communications with Congress and the media, and more. Most outrageously, the Biden FBI secretly obtained the personal cell phone records of 8 Republican U.S. senators and 1 representative without the legally required notice to Congress. They seized former President Trump's and Vice President Pence's government cell phones and conducted a nationwide sweep of interviews. This committee's oversight has forced these facts into the open. The records are clear. Arctic Frost was explicitly designed to investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. The Biden administration's investigation of President Trump's records was no less egregious. The Mar-a-Lago raid on August 8, 2022 was itself built on unlawful referrals. The National Archives' own former general counsel acknowledged that, quote, the PRA has no explicit provision on how to address concerns about suspected removal or destruction of presidential records, end quote. The archivist is not a law enforcement officer authorized to make criminal referrals. And former archivist David Ferrero, who openly stated his concern about, quote, what's going to happen in 2024, end quote, was at all relevant times biased against the president. NARA's referral of President Trump's record-keeping practices to the FBI lacked legal authority. Neither President Obama, former Vice President Biden, nor President Carter was subjected to a raid of their personal residences, despite retaining records. Before the special counsel case, courts were instructed to defer to negotiations between presidents and NARA. The Garland DOJ flipped that settled practice solely to target President Trump. Internal emails from line agents questioned the, quote, predication, end quote, for the search and concluded, quote, I no longer believe we have real PC, probable cause, end quote. These are not Republican talking points. These are the words of career FBI agents who witnessed an entire enterprise of malicious prosecution, not legitimate law enforcement. Judge Eileen Cannon's dismissal of the prosecution on July 15, 2024, confirmed as much. The special counsel's appointment violated the Appointments Clause. His office was funded through an improper appropriation. and no constitutional basis existed for the search or the subsequent indictment. America First Legal's relentless FOIA litigation has been indispensable to proving this conspiracy. AFL's investigation found that Manhattan District Attorney's Office identified, quote, 36 responsive records, end quote, in response to our FOIA request for communications with the Biden DOJ mentioning Donald Trump. AFL's FOIA work has also exposed the ties between Matthew Colangelo, who descended from the third highest position in Biden's DOJ, to, quote, jumpstart, end quote, Bragg's prosecution, and the broader White House lawfare strategy. These disclosures, combined with the Arctic Frost documents, prove coordination between the federal government and state prosecutors against a presidential candidate in clear violation of federal election law. Reforms are possible. Special counsel appointments must require Senate confirmation. FBI investigative powers targeting political figures must be constrained by meaningful internal controls. State courts must never again be permitted to baselessly interfere with the election of federal officials over subject matter that Congress has assigned exclusive jurisdiction to federal authorities. Thank you.
We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. The final appeal for Chadwick Willesee has been denied. That man now set to be executed at 6 o'clock tonight, Florida State Prison near Stark. He was convicted of burning his neighbor alive in a brutal case out of Palm Bay in 1990, convicted of killing his neighbor, and now going to be executed tonight, the fifth Florida execution of 2026. Joining us live now to talk about this case is the lead investigator on this case all those years ago, George Santiago, a retired homicide detective with the Palm Bay Police Department. Joining us live now via Zoom. George, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Well, thank you for having me.
I first want to get your thoughts and reaction to the execution set tonight for a man convicted in a case that now stems back 36 years just about.
Yeah, that's a long time. I'm surprised that this night is actually going to happen. This event's going to actually happen. I've been retired for like 12 years now. And I don't think too much about Chad too often. And then I was told the news that he was going to be executed. I read it, in fact, on the newspaper. Nobody told me. I feel a little sad for him, but for what he did, he certainly deserves it. And sometimes justice comes looking for you, and today's his day.
What still stands out to you about this case all these years later? I know you said it's not often that you think about it, but I would imagine in your decades there at Palm Bay Police that this is a case that there are still probably things that stand out to you.
Just the manner of the way he killed her. He breaks into her house. He knows her schedule, their neighbors, and she just happened to come home for lunch that day. And she surprised him. He ends up hitting her with probably an iron or some other blunt instrument that puts her down. He tries to strangle her with a cord from the iron, and that's not working. And he duct tapes her and drags her into a spare bedroom and proceeds to pour gasoline all over her and sets her on fire. Based on the evidence, you can tell she was still alive while she was being burned. And I think that bothers me the most. He's trying to cover up his tracks, set her on fire, set the house on fire maybe. And, and then she had such a large, close family. And when you get to meet the family like that, you work harder and you feel for them. They've lost the matriarch of their family.
Yeah, I can only imagine what they have been going through, all these years as well, and what they might be going through now in these kind of final hours here. George, I want to ask you, what if you had the chance today to speak with Chadwick Willesee, as a retired homicide detective, as a lead investigator in this case, if you had the chance to speak with him in these last few hours before he is put to death, what would you say to him?
Probably not a whole lot. I don't care for people like him. Majority of my career is arresting people like him. But I think I would ask him if he had to do it over again. He get caught doing the burglary, would he have just faced a burglary charge or a trespassing charge or a grand theft charge? And but he realized that she had come home and that she knew him and could identify him, and he was going to go to jail immediately. He had just moved down to Florida, and he had a addiction to crack. And I'm thinking, if I had to ask him, would you change anything that day? And hopefully he would have said, yeah, I would not have done the burglary and then everything thereafter.
George Santiago, retired homicide detective with the Palm Bay Police Department. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. We thank you for your time and for sharing your thoughts on this and joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
We are out of time now here on Florida Live. I do want to give you one more update on a hearing that we were keeping an eye on out of Flagler County this afternoon. This is the case of Ann DiMaggillo, the Flagler County mother who's accused of giving birth to a baby in a toilet. It drowned, and then she was accused of burying it in a shallow grave in the backyard. She was denied bond in a hearing this afternoon, so she will stay behind bars as that case moves forward. Well, again, we're out of time here on Florida Live. Appreciate you joining us today. Our live streaming news coverage does continue over on Fox Local, but if you're joining us here on Fox 35, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you right back here at this time tomorrow. It's been a busy day, and we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to play for you, we talked about it briefly in our Tampa connection, but I want to play for you a little bit more as we heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier earlier today, talking about the investigation that the state is launching into OpenAI and whether there were criminal violations of that platform that played a role in the FSU shooting. We just passed the 1-year anniversary of that last week. A lot of allegations about how the suspected shooter may have used that AI chatbot to get information that played a role in that shooting. And so the state now looking into that. And a striking comment made by the Attorney General in this news conference, saying if they were a person, they would have been charged with murder in this case. And so looking at some steps of what they believe might be accountability toward that AI platform. And so here's what the Attorney General had to say in this news conference earlier today.
This morning, we're announcing that we are launching a criminal investigation into OpenAI and ChatGPT, and will be sending criminal subpoenas to OpenAI probably right now. As you know, a couple weeks ago, we announced that we had begun an investigation. For months now, we've been looking at several harms that Floridians, Americans have been suffering as a result of ChatGPT. We've seen increases in self-harm and suicides by kids using this platform. We have seen individuals use this platform to engage in criminal activity, such as child pornography. And then most recently, as we announced a couple weeks ago, we have been looking into the recent FSU shooting and that shooter's communications with ChatGPT. Now, that communication and our review of that communication has revealed that a criminal investigation is necessary. Technology, AI, is supposed to support mankind. It is supposed to help mankind. It is supposed to advance mankind, not end it. And unfortunately, what we've seen in our initial review is that ChatGPT offered significant advice to the shooter before he committed such heinous crimes. The communication between the shooter and ChatGPT revealed that the chatbot advised the shooter on what type of gun to use, on which ammo went with which gun, on whether or not a gun would be useful in short range. ChatGPT advised the shooter on what time of day would be appropriate for the shooting to interact with more people, and where on campus would be the place to encounter a higher population. My prosecutors have looked at this, and they've told me if it was a person on the other end of that screen, we would be charging them with murder. Now, Florida law states that anyone who aids, abets, or counsels someone in the commission of a crime, and that crime is committed or attempted, is a principal in the first degree. So if that bot were a person, they would be charged with a principal in first-degree murder. Now, of course, ChatGPT is not a person, but that does not absolve our office, my prosecution team, of our duty to investigate whether or not there is criminal culpability here for a corporation. And of course, there's nothing new about corporations being held liable for criminal conduct. Just look today at the sentencing of Purdue Pharma in New Jersey. But we recognize that here with AI, we are venturing into uncharted territory. But we need to know whether or not OpenAI has criminal liability. As you know, Florida has already taken significant action to combat crimes committed using AI. Last December, our prosecutors secured a 135-year prison sentence for a predator that possessed child sex abuse material, much of which was AI generated. On March 17th, in another case against a child predator, we announced 100 criminal charges, which included 46 counts of possession of AI-generated child sexual abuse material. That individual now faces over 1,000 years in Florida's Department of Corrections. Last month, on March 31st, I joined Governor DeSantis in signing HB 1159, which increased the penalties for using AI to create child sex abuse material. Again, technology AI is supposed to help and support mankind, not lead to its demise. So today we will be issuing subpoenas, the first of which will seek information between March 1, 2024 and April 17, 2026, looking at all policies and internal training materials regarding user threats of harm to others on the platform. All policies and internal materials regarding user threats of harm to self, all policies and training materials regarding cooperation with law enforcement, including policies for reporting of possible past, present, and future crimes. We'll also be looking if multiple policies were in place during this time period, how they may have changed, and all policies and dates of change surrounding these events. And I'm sure there's going to be much, much more to come as our review is ongoing. So I've said it before, if this were a person on the other end of the screen, we would be charging them with murder. Just because this is a chat bot and AI does not mean that there is not criminal culpability. So we are going to look at who knew what, designed what, or should have known what. And if it is clear that individuals knew that this type of dangerous behavior might take place, that these types of unfortunate, tragic events might take place, and nevertheless still turned to profit, still allowed this business to operate, then people need to be held accountable. Now, OpenAI has indicated that they believe improvements and changes need to be made. I hope they're right. I hope they're right. We cannot have AI bots that are advising people on how to kill others. That is wrong, and that is dangerous. I'm a big believer in limited government. I believe government should only interfere in business activities when you have significant harm to our people. This is that. So I appreciate it. We'll have more updates soon. I'm sure there will be questions about more details and the nature of these investigations, and I won't be able to answer them at this time, given the sensitivity of a criminal investigation, but we will provide updates as we have them. I'm grateful to be joined today by
was Attorney General James Uthmeier at that news conference earlier today. And again, the statement from OpenAI pushing back on some of this, saying that last year's mass shooting at Florida State University was a tragedy, but ChatGPT is not responsible for this terrible crime. After learning of the incident, we filed after learning of the incident, we identified a ChatGPT account believed to be associated with the suspect and proactively shared this information with law enforcement. We continue to cooperate with authorities. In this case, ChatGPT provided factual responses to questions with information that could be found broadly across public sources on the internet, and it did not encourage or promote illegal or harmful activity. ChatGPT is a general-purpose tool used by hundreds of millions of people every day for legitimate purposes. We work continuously to strengthen our safeguards to detect harmful intent, limit misuse, and respond appropriately when safety risks arise. Shifting gears now, I want to give you an update on what we were tracking this afternoon out of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where they discussed for a couple of hours probably what to do with the county's current agreements with the U.S. Marshals Service and ICE. What they ended up deciding was to switch from their intergovernmental services agreement to a BOA. And so that is essentially a broader, kind of looser agreement that reduces some of the responsibilities and the cooperation, but still allows them to fulfill what they are believed to be their responsibilities when it comes to holding detainees, federal inmates at the Orange County Jail. We did have the chance to speak briefly with Commissioner Nicole Wilson, who answered questions about what this looks like, what happens now, and her take on all of this while that commission meeting went into a break. Here's what she told us.
Exactly. What we understood was happening under the IGSA agreement was not okay with a lot of people who live here in Orange County. We were, you want me to hold that? You got it. Okay. Was not okay with a lot of people who live here in Orange County. We understood that we were not being made whole as a county. And quite frankly, my biggest fear is that we're running afoul of people's due process rights. We have an obligation to make sure that we are upholding the Constitution. And if they're being in our facilities for longer than they're supposed to be there, they're not getting their hearings, they're not being able to access counsel, that's on us. So today this is going to give us a very new avenue, I believe, to make sure that we're being as transparent and getting as much as we can for Orange County.
Do you think Orange County should challenge the best efforts statute and get that clarification lawsuit underway?
So part of the reason why I suggested that we don't initiate the BOA is because I believe that would have given us an opportunity, right? I think the fear is that if we initiate a lawsuit without a case or controversy, then we won't have standing, and then it could be dismissed with prejudice, and then we wouldn't have the opportunity to get that clarification. If our hand was forced, right, if we were forced into something and we opposed that, then I think we might have that case or controversy. And so that was part of, I think, the discussion. I do believe this board still wants to know what our best efforts. We're not a sanctuary city. We don't have sanctuary policies. What we're trying to do is guard the resources of Orange County for Orange County's citizens and for our criminal justice system. These individuals that we're talking about have not committed crimes, and they're being treated as criminals. And so that's a problem for many of us.
But you think the BOA offers, I guess, more favorable conditions than the ICE component of the IGSA? Because functionally, nothing changes with ICE inmates at the jail.
Functionally, there's a lot of question about that. I would say that the part for me that may be the best answer to that question is that 48-hour provision, and that there seems to be an authority for the county to be able to release at the 48 hours. Now, if we're pressed on that, maybe that'll give us our basis for clarification. Because I think at 48 hours, we do need to do what is said right now, which is to go ahead and release and make sure that we're not having anybody with their liberty rights deprived without substantial, a reason, a good reason, which it would have to be a probable cause, right? And so we're not seeing that right now. Some of these individuals are in there with no state or local charges. And we're talking about past 72 hours. What are those numbers? I'm still looking for that.
One of the things that you said, this is not about the money. I know that the prices were tossed around. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, because I think that the conversation about getting reimbursement from the federal government it's an important conversation because it's a place where we have the negotiating power, right? We understand these are resources that belong to Orange County. Our dollars that we talk about up here are your dollars as Orange County residents. So if we have the opportunity to use that to understand better what is happening in a system that we've been pulled into, we have to use that. So yes, if I hated that there was a public commenter that said this is what the price of somebody is That is not how this conversation should be perceived. This should be perceived as we need to make sure anything that we have the opportunity to oversee that is protective of Orange County's resources, residents, all of those things, that we're taking those opportunities to do the best things we can for the residents.
Had ICE stopped doing the rebookings after that February letter?
So that is what Chief Quinones established as part of his presentation, was that there was only one rebooking documented. What I had heard anecdotally was that they just kept people there past the 72 as a workaround, because they understood that the county had taken sort of a protective stance on not being able to release without a judicial warrant. So, waiting for a judicial order for release means that somebody who isn't really even lined up to be in front of the judge, that could be indefinite. And I'm not comfortable with that. We need to make sure we know exactly how long anybody is there for. And under the BOA, it sounds like at 48 hours, we'll potentially have the ability to release and make sure that somebody is not being deprived of those rights.
So how would we go about that? Does it happen automatically after 48 hours? They just get released? Does somebody have to go in and say, this is my client and their time is up? How does that work?
It's a great question, because they're not being provided attorneys, right? So if you're part of the criminal justice system, you've been arrested for something that's a crime that deprives you of your liberty rights, you're provided an attorney if you can't afford an attorney. Some of these individuals, because it's not criminal, it's civil, they're not provided an attorney. It's their responsibility. And so, part of what I think the advocate groups have been doing, part of what we're trying to do out of our office, is to make sure that they know they still have the right to that attorney. There are groups out there and attorneys out there that are really stepping up to help them. But yes, getting a habeas corpus is the way our courts allow people to come in front of a judge and say, hey, I've been detained, without reason for this period of time. What we shouldn't have to do is burden somebody who's done nothing wrong with that, right? So the idea in American criminal justice is that your liberty rights, they have to be something, it has to be like probable cause, there has to be something for you to lose those liberty rights. And that's for anybody on our soil. That's not, you don't have to have special status for that. And what's been happening under this administration, under our state administration, is that people's liberty rights were just sort of in flux, right? They could be literally detained for days on end without being in front of a judge. And so we're seeing many of those habeas cases come forward, and the attorneys are successful in those cases. But those are for people who were able to get an attorney.
I'm saying with the BOA, what will change? How will we say it's been 48 hours?
48 hours should be the end of that stay. If they are not then either transferred or whatever the next piece of the process is, then they would be released.
By who? Like, what is the
by
mechanism?
The jail.
Okay, so
yeah, by the jail.
It's been 48 hours.
48 hours. We don't have any. There's no additional action by the federal government here. They would go.
Okay, like an automatic.
I will be following that very closely.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the right question. You're asking the right question. Okay. And we need the public to ask that question, because we were told months and months ago, when I first asked for us, I asked the very first time we talked about this IGSA amendment, I said, why can't we just pull the immigration portion of it so we can keep the criminal portion of it? Now, we know that there may be some crossover there. That's fine. But have someone that's detained, has lost their liberty rights just because of their immigration status, that's taking resources away from Orange County's criminal justice system. So yes, at the end of 48 hours, they need to be released. That should be happening automatically, but we'll be following up on that.
So that was Commissioner Nicole Wilson answering questions, including several questions at the end there from Fox 35's Marie Edinger, who was at that meeting. She'll have more on this coming up on Fox 35 News at 5, because this has been part of an ongoing process that a number of commissioners, including Commissioner Wilson, have been outspoken about, talking about their concerns about this and how it is working, how it's playing out, not to mention the reimbursement piece of the puzzle, where, as we've reported previously, the county not being reimbursed for the full amount of what it cost them to house these detainees. So a number of different factors at play there. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. If you were with us this morning, we listened in briefly as Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, testified in front of a House committee looking at the budget for DHHS. I think when we listened in, it was when Congresswoman Kat Cammack from Florida was having the chance to ask him some questions. He's now on the Senate side, also being part of a hearing right now. This is a Senate hearing, and Senator John Kennedy, Republican from Louisiana, now having the chance to ask him some questions. So budget hearings for the Department of Health and Human Services continuing. We're hearing more testimony from Secretary RFK Jr. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Okay. Finally, this is a question for CMS. Dr. Oz isn't here. An executive order was issued some time ago that says every hospital has to publish conspicuously a list of 30 main procedures and the cost. Most of the hospitals haven't done that. Those that have done it, you have to click 27.3 times in order to find it on their website. Only 27 hospitals have been fined for not doing it. Why aren't we doing more? The hospitals are ignoring.
The regulation was passed during the last days of the Trump administration. It was not enforced during the Biden administration. We now have promulgated final regulations. They're already promulgated. That requires the hospitals not only to post, but to certify. So they're legally bound by that. And there are draconian punishments for them. And we've already sent out, I think, 1,000 warning letters.
I'm out of time. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
We've been joined by the Vice Chair of the full committee, Senator Murray, so I'm going to go to you next. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to you and the ranking member for working on a very tough bill last year and doing a good job with all the circumstances. It's going to be even harder this time around, and we all look forward to working with you, so thank you. Mr. Secretary, I don't think it's any secret that you and I disagree on a lot of things. But I think we might actually agree that our taxpayer dollars should be spent here at home, not on wars abroad. That's not what the president thinks. He made clear that just before his budget was released, he said, and I quote, "We're fighting wars, we can't take care of daycare." And he backed it up with the numbers in this budget. His budget increases war funding by $500 billion, but he does not increase child care funding by a penny. And it actually slashes funding for preschool programs by $315 million. Now, I know you don't get to decide defense spending, but I remember our first meeting when you told me that you supported expanding child care access. So I wanted to ask you today, as families' everyday costs are getting higher and higher, do you think we should be spending money on foreign wars instead of making child care more affordable for people here?
I mean, Senator, do you really want me to defend the Iran war right now? Is that what you want me to spend my time doing? Because I can, but I would rather talk about health.
I'm asking you personally whether you think we should be spending more on foreign wars or on child care.
I mean, the Democratic Party for the last 20 years has said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So, and they've kicked that down the road.
Well, I don't think you're here to defend that. I'm just asking you, what happened to child care in this budget?
Okay, let's talk about child care then instead of the war.
Well, what's happened, Mr. Secretary, just so it's clear, the reason this budget is going to be, and appropriations is going to be so hard to write is that the president is requesting $1.5 trillion in new funding for defense, which cuts our non-defense incredibly. So we're here not able to help our families because of the president's request. So that's why we're asking about this. And I think
we're asking about this because we have a $39 trillion
I'm asking about this.
Somebody else ran up, not this president.
Well, let's put this in perspective. I think this is important. The president spent more on bombs in just the first week of the war in Iran than we spend in an entire year for parents to afford child care. And I will just say, for all of us out here struggling with this and the people we see struggling, we need child care in this country. And we have to make choices when we make our budget. And the budget that is presented to us makes the choice of a war rather than helping our families here at home. And I think that's important for us to understand from the president. Now, meanwhile, while this budget bankrolls Trump's war agenda, it is also cutting crucial life-saving health investments. It slashes NIH funding by more than $5 billion, which would mean delayed cures. It means canceled studies. It means no hope for patients who are fighting for their lives. The president seems to be comfortable increasing his war budget by 100 times that amount. So I just want to ask you, did you push back on the NIH cuts to the president? On the NIH cuts, did you push back to the president in the White House about cutting that?
As I said long before the war, we were told we need to tighten our belt at this agency. I said before, nobody in the agency wants to cut these programs. If you end up funding the programs, I'll spend the money. It's Congress's choice about whether to do it or not. It's not my choice. We gave you a proposed budget that does what the president wants, which is to have broad cuts across the agency. My question to you actually was, did you push back on the president when he said he wanted to cut NIH? Did you push back in any meeting? Do you want me to tell you why I think those cuts are justified at NIH?
I'd like to hear your rationale.
We are providing now at NIH almost 80% of the biomedical research on Earth. A lot of the money there was wasted, and I can read you the kind of studies that NIH, the insane studies that NIH was doing before I got there.
What I'm hearing is that women's health is being decimated. I'm hearing a lot of the people who are in clinical trials being decimated. You just throw out we're cutting waste, and I don't know what you consider waste.
Oh, let me give you some examples of waste.
At NIH?
Yeah, at NIH. $800,000 to the Medical College of Wisconsin to study cardiometabolic impact of gender-affirming hormone therapy on transmasculine adults. $650,000 to Georgia State University, an intersectional approach linking minority stressors experience.
This hearing continuing, and some contentious back and forth between Vice Chair Patty Murray, a Democrat from Washington State, and RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in his budget hearing. If you'd like to keep watching this, more coverage on Live Now from Fox, you can watch that right here in the Fox Local app. But right now on Fox Local Orlando, stay tuned for Fox 35 Weather Plus.